All right, shalom to the 12 tribes. All praise to the Most High, Yahweh, in the name of His Son, Yahweh Shai. Can anybody hear me? It shows there's a few people on here right now. Normally, it'll show the little mic getting bigger and smaller as I'm speaking, but it's not right now. Can anybody hear me? I'm gonna go ahead and get off and get back on. Okay, Khan, the water. Kingdom minded, Shalom, Shalom, Warriors Dream, Mondo, the water. So I assume, or all of y'all, or the majority of people that are gonna hop on here, are keeping the Day of Atonement, as you can tell by the title of the lesson, Day of Atonement. We're gonna talk about mercy and atonement through faith and works, which equals repentance, true repentance, right? Which is what we're seeking for uh, on Day of Atonement, but especially every single day of our lives, right? A Barzayah Judah Yahweh Basham Yahweh Shai Barak Atah. Right, I'm gonna speak a little bit slower than I usually do since my my mouth is pretty dry. Right, for the majority of y'all keeping Day of Atonement, um, if you're in the central area, we got what, maybe like 6 hours left. You may have a little bit longer if you're in the West. I know there's some brothers and sisters that kept it yesterday or the day before, according to the dark moon. If you kept it, I hope y'all had a good Day of Atonement and getting ready for Feast of Tabernacles, which is coming up in a few days. Right? But yeah, Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah to all you brothers and sisters. And shalom, peace and blessings to you, Barziyah Judah, to you and your household. So Day of Atonement, right? Uh, um, it's funny because a few days ago, it was actually on Sabbath, a couple of, not Mormons, what are they called? Jehovah's Witnesses came to my door on Sabbath, right? So, I took out my Bible and I was talking to them and stuff. And they mentioned how they don't do Christmas, they don't do Halloween and all these other things. So I asked them about Day of Atonement. Well, first I asked about Feast of Trumpets. I was like, "Oh yeah, we don't keep the holidays either. It's the ways of the world. We actually keep the holy days. We just finished the Feast of Trumpets, and they didn't know what it was. So went to Leviticus 23, mentioned it to them. I mentioned to them Day of Atonement as well. They didn't know what it was either. And basically their stance on it, and they were real respectful. Some people aren't respectful. Their stance on it was, we don't keep those holy days because there's certain laws that we don't have to keep since Christ came, because Paul said this in Romans chapter 7, blah blah blah, right? It's for a different topic. But what we do have to understand, for Day of Atonement especially, it is something that we are supposed to keep forever, right? So we're going to go ahead and start in Leviticus chapter 23. And Tawada Barzia, so brother Barzia, Tawada, appreciate it. So we're gonna start in Leviticus chapter 23, and I'm gonna start on 23 just to go over real briefly the Feast of Trumpets, the couple verses that went along with it, because some people were asking me, or a lot of people have been asking me the last couple days on the dates and things like that. So this is Leviticus 23 and 23. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, a holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Right? So the first day of the 7th month, which we started the 7th month according to the new moon. And I know there's a lot of the confusion amongst brothers and sisters, especially newer brothers and sisters in the truth, is when the new month actually begins. I know there's some brothers and sisters that keep the new month beginning according to the dark moon. There's some that keep it according to the first light that they see from the moon, right? So, real briefly, I'm just going to tell y'all I used to keep at one point in time, I kept it from the dark moon, right? But the problem, or after keeping it for me for a couple years, according to the dark moon, was okay, well, our ancestors couldn't do what we do now, which most people are like, okay, Google moon cycle for this month for your area. Let's say you live in California, you put California moon cycles or moon phases 2023. And then you're like, okay, the new moon is on this date. Let's say, just for example, it's today, September 26th is the dark moon, right? So some people would be like, all right, that's the first day of the month. But the problem is our ancestors couldn't do that, right? So the day before a complete dark moon, to the naked eye, us just looking up in the sky, it's still gonna look dark. We're not gonna be able to see it. Then the day of what they call the new moon, which is the dark moon, that you can't, obviously you can't see it either. Then the day after that, where it's like 1 point something percent, maybe 2% even, you still can't see the dark moon, right? So that's what got me questioning and wondering, okay, wait, but if our ancestors weren't able to tell for 3 days what was the dark moon, what they consider the dark moon, then something has to be up. And I looked more into it, things of that nature. And so I personally go off of, and a lot of brothers I congregate with go off of the first light from the moon, right? The first light of the moon. Shawshai Mak Tazal Mawath. Shalom, shalom. Yeah, I'm new to 2 years in this truth, trying to keep the holy days and know what days they are. Khan, all praises. And it all starts with that yearning for truth, right? You actually want it, and then you're gonna seek it out. Show that you want it by seeking out the truth, right? And in the end, we are all just trying to seek the truth. I'm not saying I have everything down perfect and have a perfect understanding of everything. I'm not like some people that'll say they have 144% truth, right? I've been corrected in the past, and I'm sure I'll be corrected in the future. And so I'm just doing everything to the best of my ability, to my understanding, and to the understanding that I've took out for myself, right? I'm not just going to take someone else's word for it, right? And we're all in captivity. Actually, let me get Judges 5 real quick. In captivity, we're all striving to just rehearse these acts. We're trying to rehearse. This isn't the real thing. In the kingdom, we're going to have the real thing, right? So this is Judges. Khan, the brother Barzayal said exactly. So all of us are just striving to the best of our ability, or should be striving to the best of our ability, to keep the holy days to the best of our ability. If this brother says, "Hey, I'm doing it this day," and then you come to the understanding, well, you know what, I'm one day off, right? That actually happened with the brother. That's gonna come on what is it, Feast of Tabernacles. And I was like, actually, you're keeping it one day before us, but this is why. And we talked about it, and we're able to converse about it in a manner that's not disrespectful. And then we come to the understanding together, right? So this is Judges 5 and 11. They that are delivered from the noise of the archers in the place of drawing water, we are in the place of drawing water, the land of our captivity. There shall they rehearse the righteous acts of Yahweh, even the righteous acts towards the inhabitants of his villages in Israel. Then shall the people of Yahweh go down to the gates. So the point of it is, in captivity, in the place of drawing water, where we have to work, where we're subject to payments, like it says in the Apocrypha, we are rehearsing the righteous acts. There's nobody that's going to tell you they're keeping every holy day perfectly, and they never did anything wrong, or there shouldn't be, right? A humble person is going to tell you our ancestors were probably doing certain things, customs and traditions that we have no idea about, right? But the point is, we're keeping it with sincerity, rehearsing the righteous acts. And it's like when I would train and fight MMA, right? They'll tell you when you're training, it's nothing like a real fight. You're training to fight, but you're just rehearsing for the fight. It's not the real thing. So just like we're rehearsing now in the kingdom, most high willing, we all get to make it there. We will actually get to experience what it's like to do everything perfectly and know we're doing everything perfectly, right? um First Corinthians 8:2. And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet as he ought to know. Con. I think I have that precept with where Paul says we know in part and we prophesy in part, right? All of us, we may have a certain dispensation of wisdom, knowledge, understanding, but it's only because the Most High granted us mercy to be able to get that, right? And I was talking to this brother Nabala the other day, and I really liked something that he said. He said one brother may have more knowledge in one area that we're lacking in, and if we're humble enough to see that and not be jealous and not be prideful and admit like, oh, well, this brother actually knows more about this certain topic, that's how we're gonna get more knowledge, right? That's a good precept. Uh, Warrior's dream. At least your hearts are inclined to keep it. Period. Despite a bit of variation. Con, and it's good to be in that spirit because there are certain brothers that I've came across in the past, and they're like, no, well, you're keeping it the day before, you're keeping it the day after, you're going off, you're this, that, and the other, and you can't even have a conversation to where it's like, okay, well, can you explain to me why you feel it's this day as opposed to the day I'm gonna keep it, right? A lot of brothers are too prideful to even have that conversation, right? Khan, exactly. We know in part. It takes humility to admit that. Khan, and I always try to keep that verse in my head. I think it's in Sirach 3 where it says, "The greater thou art, the more humble thyself." Like the greater you are, the more humble you're going to become. So being able to not only accept that, but to admit like we don't know everything, right? I don't know everything. You don't know everything. None of us do. That's actually you becoming greater in the truth, right? So I just wanted to go over that real quick. That was Judges 5:11. It says we're rehearsing the righteous acts. We are rehearsing, and most high willing, we make it to the kingdom, and we get to keep the holy days together, united as a nation of people under Yahweh Shai, under the Most High. So I'm gonna go back to Leviticus um, 23 and so I read 23 through 25, which speaks of Feast of Trumpets, right? So that's the seventh month, the first day of the month, which, like I said, we kept it on the first light, right? And then today would be the 10th month, or yesterday at sundown, Salak, it was the 10th day yesterday at sundown for us. If you had it one day, like I said, if it was a variation between one day, 2 days, that's fine. I'm just going to speak on my house, the brothers I congregate with, etc. So then yesterday began the Day of Atonement, which we're about to get into. Uh, this is verse 26. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, also on the 10th day of this seventh month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. Right? So a few people, and not only the Jehovah's Witnesses that I mentioned I spoke to, but there's also other people that don't keep Day of Atonement because it is a day of atonement. Atoning means um to make like a reparation for some type of offense or sin, right? A reparation meaning like a payback. You're paying back in one way or another for the offense or offenses you've done against the Most High, right? And not only that, but you are trying to reconcile or atone yourself to the Most High. So some people believe or hold the belief that, well, Yahweh Shai already did that, right? He died for our sins, so his blood covers us, so we don't have to keep the Day of Atonement anymore, right? Which I agree with to an extent, but at the same time, we have to remember that he said in Matthew 5:17 on down that not one jot or tittle should pass from the law. So this is in the law, so we still have to keep it. Right. So in verse 27, it says there's a day of atonement, which, like I said, an atonement is a process. The definition, actually, I have it right here, is the process by which people remove obstacles to their reconciliation with the Most High God. So it's a process in where you're trying to get rid of the obstacles that are in between you and the Most High. Right. Another one of the definitions I had read was it's like a reparation for offenses that you've committed. So a payback for the offenses you've committed. So I know brothers and sisters that have been baptized in the past year. I know multiple brothers and sisters have been baptized in the past year that I've been a part of, that brothers I congregate been a part of, and that baptism makes you new. It's for remission of sins, but for your past sins, right? So I guarantee you, everyone who's on here, if you've been baptized, from the point that you've been baptized till now, 100%, each and every one of us have sinned since then, right? So this is just another opportunity for us to atone for that sin, for us to be reconciled to the Most High for that sin, right? And I keep using that word because I have the definition for reconcile as well, and I really like a couple of the definitions. It says reconcile, to restore relations between, also to cause to coexist in harmony, to make or to show to be compatible. So a lot of us, or a lot of people in general, right, they want to make it seem, or they want to believe, they want other people to believe, or they want themselves to believe that they are in harmony, they are compatible with the Most High, right? Which is why you have so many people, it says God first in their bios, or the Most High this, or daughter of Yah, or son of Yahweh, etc. Right? Reconcile means to cause to coexist in harmony, to make or to show to be compatible. In order for us to be compatible with what we claim to be as daughters and sons of the Most High, we have to be reconciled to the Most High. Now, what separates us from the Most High is sin, right? Going against what He says to do. It's just like when you were younger, if you were blessed enough to be raised with your mother or your father, or maybe even both, you know the relationship between y'all changes when you don't listen to them. Let's say you don't listen one time, but then you get back on track. Can be pretty easily reconciled, right? That's to be expected from a child. But when you consistently keep going against them over and over and over, there has to be some type of atonement or some type of reconciliation in order for you and your parents or parents to have that relationship, right? So this is us in a way trying to pay back, even though we could never pay back the Most High completely for our sins. That's what Day of Atonement is, right? So I'm gonna read 27 again. Also on the 10th day of this seventh month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation, which we're doing right now, getting together with other believers, talking about atonement, talking about the Most High unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. So afflicting our souls, it's like, it shows there's 9 people on here right now. Let me ask y'all this. If you go without TV for a day, how would y'all feel? Right? Or if you go without social media for a day, how would you feel? I know TV, I could do that easily. I'm not gonna feel like anything's missing really. You know what I mean? I got plenty of other stuff I could do. Social media, same thing. It's I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit harder just because you have that like that not craving, but you're just used to doing it, right? You're just used to doing, you're used to going to your phone and looking for that little Instagram app, right? So even when I'm like, I'll erase the app for a few days or for a week, and I'll catch myself on the phone and I'll swipe and look for the app, and I'm like, oh yeah, I erased it, right? So the brother said refreshed. Khan, I agree 100%. I feel 100%. You feel refreshed, and sometimes I get to the point where I'm like, man, I don't want to get back on. So I don't want to re-download Instagram, but then I should have that other feeling of, you know, we have wisdom for a reason, right? And like Yahushua said, nobody gets a light or a lamp and puts it under a bed. It's supposed to be shined for everyone to see, right? So sharing, if it wasn't for the truth, I wouldn't have no social media, right? But I agree 100% refreshed. Shawashai Mock, I could do that, especially for atonement. Khan, same here, right? I could definitely do it. Warrior's dream, urge to do it. Khan, you get that urge. Oh, Khan, yeah, the brother said muscle memory. That's what it is. That's it. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for that. It's muscle memory. You pick up your phone and you've done it so many times that you just want to do it again, right? It's like this morning I got up and I went to go outside to counsel with somebody. I went to the barn and I saw the water there on the counter and I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna take the gallon with me. And I was like, oh, Stay of Atonement. You know, it's just that muscle memory. Soldier of the Most High, it's a bad habit. Khan, it's a bad habit. Whether it be Instagram, whether it be TV, whether it be YouTube, whether it be video games, you just have to really examine yourself to see what are the bad habits that I'm picking up and that I'm carrying with me, right? So now compare it to this. So how do you feel after going a day without food or without water in comparison to, you know, TV and social media, right? How would you feel after a day? Shawasha, I mock. I'm not going to lie though. I might feel the urge to, like Warrior's Dream said, Khan. And we all do. It's like that. It's like some type of force just pulling you to it, right? For some people, it's muscle memory, right? For some people, bad habit. Some people it's just the urge to do it, right? But either way, whatever it is, whatever is causing you to feel like that, you just got to examine yourself and see, okay, is it for something negative, which a lot of times it is? Is it for just a distraction, which a lot of times it is, right? And that's like I was telling the sister the other day, Satan doesn't really have to get you to sin completely. Like, oh, I'm gonna get this man to break Sabbath. I'm gonna get this person to eat bacon. All they really have to do is get you distracted and get you distracted from doing the things that you know you're supposed to be doing, right? Like, say me as a man, I'm distracted for a whole week and I don't work and now I can't pay the bills and now I'm worse than an infidel because I'm not providing for my family, etc., right? Or for a woman, let's say your husband's working all day. Let's say you don't have no children, your husband's working all day, and you get distracted by social media, and you know that he said, "Look, I'm working 10 hours a day. When I get home, all I want is the house to be clean, and I want a meal on the table." And you got so distracted, you forgot to clean, and you didn't cook for him, right? All the enemy really has to do is distract you, get you to be slothful or lazy, right? Deprived, Khan. That's a good good word for it. You feel deprived, right? It's a freeing feeling. So Khan, it can be as well, because I know like my son's doing it too, right? And it's where we got what about 5 hours left over here, and I noticed when I tell him like, hey, good job, bro. Like, you've already gone. Last year, I think he had like either 2 hours or 4 hours left. And he's six, right? He's 6 years old. So he was five last year when he was doing it. He had like 2 or 4 hours left. And I know he told me a couple times, like, oh man, my stomach really hurts, or oh dad, like, and eventually he succumbed to his hunger, right? I allowed him to get some water and he got like a little, I think he got a fruit or something. But today I could tell when I would tell him like, "Hey, good job, bro. You already." We told him when there was 6 hours left, and he was like, "Yeah, I can do it. Like I know I can do it." Mom said there's only 6 hours left. It can be a freeing feeling too, especially when I don't know about y'all, like y'all's eating habits and things like that, but I don't really eat too much junk food. So I know it's harder for people when they eat things that, quite frankly, are parasite inducing. Like for example, sugar. They're one of the most common parasites is the type of parasites that eat sugar, right? So I know of a sister or someone that used to be in the truth that one time she fasted from sugar and she literally started having headaches, body aches, shaking, and stuff like that because you're literally killing off the parasites that eat that, right? So you're gonna feel really bad. But when you eat kind of healthy, when you eat healthier, and you're used to like intermittent fasting, there's every week, probably at least a few days out of the week, where I won't eat breakfast and I'll only eat like 2 meals a day, or I'll only eat say within like a 6 to 10 hour frame throughout the day. Right, the more you intermittent fast, it's gonna be easier to fast, and you're actually gonna feel good a lot of times when you do it. Con, it'll expose how much or lack of discipline you really have. Con, for sure, for sure. Fasting will show your discipline or lack thereof. Right. So think about for a second, yeah, how was I fasting for 40 days and 40 nights? There's no way we could do that. We'd all probably drop dead if we tried to do that. But it's gonna show your discipline, like the brother said. Without food or water, I feel dehydrated. I know it's cleansing to the body and to the mind. So I was gonna make a video earlier, but like I said, I was counseling with somebody, so I'll make it later today and post it up. But just basically saying, scientifically, even though I don't like using that word, science is just like the study of life. So scientifically speaking, when you start fasting, and it's funny because my son, well, my youngest Keziah and my son Noah are learning about like the body, the system and stuff. They're learning about your gallbladder, your stomach, and bile and how it breaks down all the food and digests and stuff. In layman's terms, when your body starts breaking down food, it starts digesting your food, right? If you don't put nothing else into it, it's going to keep eating away all that stuff that you last ate or you last drank. But after that, once it gets to a point where there's nothing else for it to break down, it will actually start eating itself or consuming itself. And what your body starts doing is it starts eating all the bad cells and tissues first. So if you have like cancerous cells, precancerous cells, if you have tissues that aren't healthy, it's going to start eating all that away first. It's going to start eating at your fat first too, right? So it is definitely cleansing your body as you're fasting. And the longer you fast, the more it's going to cleanse you of all the bad cells that are in your body, right? I've been eating fresh fruits and vegetables. Uh, it wasn't easy. Con. Um, definitely eating fresh fruits and vegetables very healthy. I don't know if you saw though. I think the post got taken down actually. Um, there's certain fruits though, if they're not organic, that could be just as bad to your health as eating other things that you would consider unhealthy. So there was a video I posted. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it got taken down. It was about strawberries. So they took some strawberries that weren't organic, right? They were just grown. They weren't genetically modified, but they were grown with pesticides. They were sprayed, and they juiced the strawberries, and then they tested the juice from the strawberries, and it actually still had enough pesticides to be able to respray. They used the strawberry juice to spray more plants in order to keep bugs away. So it had almost the same amount of pesticides as the actual pesticide they spray on the fruits, right? So you just got to be very careful when you're eating fruits and vegetables. If you grow them yourself, then obviously you know what's going on them or not. They're not getting sprayed with pesticides, etc. Right? But I would just say definitely go with the organic if you can. Yes, it's more expensive. That's something some people tell me all the time. But it's better to pay now, right? More money for the organic, then later on, if you get sick, it's going to be way more expensive to pay thousands of dollars for all the treatments and surgeries and all that type of stuff, right? But yeah, it wasn't easy. Proverbs 22:6, Khan, train up a child in the way they should go, and when they're older, they won't depart from it. Right? So we have to train up our children to the best of our ability. Um, Last year, like I said, my son Noah was 5. He almost made it through. I have full faith he's gonna make it through today, Yahweh willing. But you do have to be careful with certain things, especially Day of Atonement. Like I know last year there was a couple, a married couple from a camp, who they said that they had their in-laws, the man, his, I believe it was his wife's parents or his wife's mom, something like that, actually called CPS on them and had CPS go do a home check and stuff because they had their children keep Day of Atonement. So the mom said something like, they're starving their children, not letting them eat and things like that. So you do have to be wise about it as well, right? Barziyah Judah Khan, I was speaking on a physical aspect. Every fast, I for sure feel free because I'm fasting for a purpose. Afterwards, I feel the weight of that thing off of me, whatever it was. Khan, I agree 100%. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say, I'm talking right now. Me and my house studied last night for, I don't know, at least a few hours. And then I was counseling with someone for maybe an hour and a half, maybe a little longer. So I'm talking and talking. I'm not gonna lie and say I wouldn't want to sip of water right now. You know what I'm saying? On a physical aspect, it definitely there's little hurdles, obstacles, but it's easy to overcome. Like the brother said, when you're doing it for a purpose, when we're doing it for the purpose of whatever it was or whatever it is that you're struggling with, you're trying to get over that, and also at the same time atoning and making up for the things that we've done that were against the Most High, right? Warrior's Dream, praise the Most High, amazing the way He designed us to benefit from fasting. Khan, and it's like I tell people all the time, not just with fasting, but with martial arts, with all different areas of life. When you really think about it, nothing that's worth something comes easy, right? Whether it be a good marriage, whether it be a good relationship with the Most High, you got to give up a whole lot of stuff. Whether it be good health, it's not gonna be easy to put down the Twinkies and sugar and donuts and all that unhealthy stuff, but it is gonna benefit you in the long run, right? I did see that the water for that con. There's pesticides, hybrids, and organic con. So a lot of times, even though it's not genetically modified, that it's still conventionally grown, which is what they say. And when it's conventionally grown, they could still spray pesticides on it, right? So most of the fruit, I don't know if it's for the whole United States, but I know in a lot of the areas, most of the fruit, it has a number on it, right? So if it has a 4-digit number, it's conventionally grown, meaning that it can still be sprayed, right? So if even if it's organic is the only time they don't allow the pesticides, right? Warrior's Dream is truly fascinating. Khan, it is. It's very interesting to see how the Most High makes. It's like I always think of that verse: "Terrible things in righteousness." Right, the Most High will answer us with terrible things in righteousness. It may seem terrible. Imagine somebody who's never fasted in their entire life, and then they come into the truth, and let's say it's the day before Day of Atonement, and they just learned about the truth in the holy days, and they want to follow the Most High, and you're like, all right, bro, well, you got to fast for 24 hours, no eating, no drinking, right? That's probably the most common question I got leading up to Day of Atonement. I would tell people, they would be like, oh, well, how do you keep Day of Atonement? And I'm like, well, you fast 24 hours. And they're like, dry fast? Like no water? I'm like, yeah, nothing. You fast from food, water, and anything that you know is not beneficial to you, right? I'm so used to fasting, it's easy. Khan, that's good. That all praise to the Most High for that, right? Like, to be honest with you, I'm not even hungry right now. Like, my stomach, you could literally feel your stomach start shrinking after you fast for a certain period of time, right? Another way of fasting, just for you brothers and sisters, I know I've mentioned it before on other lessons, and I believe me and Jomar had did a lesson on fasting maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. Another thing, if you can't completely dry fast, obviously for Day of Atonement, you're gonna do it or try to the best of your ability to do it. Um, Also, water fasting. If you can do a water fast for 72 hours, right? All you can do is water 72 hours. It actually has the same effects as a dry fast, right? Khan, we just had a baby. I gave my wife the same counsel. Nothing worth having comes easy. Exactly. You got to push through it, right? You got to push through it. And now at the same time, I will say this disclaimer so I don't get sued or something. When I first came into the truth, and I was just telling the sister this story yesterday. When I first came into the truth, I remember hearing from an elder, right, that somebody had advised an elderly woman to fast or for Day of Atonement, and they didn't take into account she had a whole lot of health problems and underlying diseases and stuff like that, and she did end up passing away, right? So again, like I said earlier, you do have to be wise, be practical about every situation, and take everything into account when you're doing it, right? But I'm gonna go back to Leviticus chapter 23. So I'm gonna go 27 on down. It says, also on the 10th day of this 7th month, there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be a holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. So the way we afflict our souls, and that's why I asked y'all, how hard would it be to give up TV, to give up social media? In comparison to food and water, there's no comparison, right? There's really no comparison. Food and water is what we need, and so that's how we're truly going to afflict our souls. Of course, it's like many brothers and sisters, and I would give the same counsel. Many brothers and sisters get off of social media for that 24 hours. Which, if that's something that the Most High puts on your spirit to do, then go ahead and do it, right? Um, and it also said, verse 28, it says, "And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before Yahweh your power." So again, this day is supposed to be specifically for making an atonement or for repairing the breach, so to speak, between us and the Most High, for us to be trying to reconcile ourselves to the Most High. So because of that, we're not going to be working as well, right? We're not gonna be working to make money, because now you're more focused on making money, right? You're not gonna be working to, like, right now I'm planting some trees in the back. I was doing it yesterday, and I was like, okay, well, today obviously I'm not gonna do that because that's not what today's about. Verse 29: For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. So now, back in the days, let's say we're all living tribal, how they used to live. Everybody was on one accord and knew, okay, Day of Atonement's coming up, right? Day of Atonement's coming up, so we're all going to keep Day of Atonement. So what would happen if somebody on that day wasn't being afflicted? Let's say they were living like it was a just another regular day. What would happen was they would be cut off from their people, right? There's different stories and accounts and stuff like that that you can look into, um more non-biblical but like historical accounts of, I'm sure y'all have heard of the word banishment before, right? Where people could be banished from among their people. So that's how serious it was. Day of Atonement was to Israel back in those days. They would be cut off from among their people, and their soul, verse 30, it says, the same soul will I destroy if they're not being afflicted in that day, or they're working in that day. Because you're really showing the Most High what you put over him, right? And over being reconciled unto him. Khan, repairing the breach. Just like in Isaiah, it speaks about us repairing the breach with our children. Like I know you said, brother, you just had a child. The way we repair the breach with our children is like the perfect example, which I was giving yesterday to my children. We were studying, right? I was telling my daughters, because um, my daughters are older, right? They were, let's see, maybe 6, 7 when we first came into the truth, and now they're 13, 14, about to be 15. And I was telling them like about Noah. I was like, he's never tasted bacon before. He doesn't know what ham tastes like, right? He's never been in an environment where he can do whatever he wants on the Sabbath day. He always knows like, oh, Sabbath, right? He's been a part of the feast since he was a baby. So because of that, that's how we repair the breach, right? And that's how we repair our families or our households in general towards the Most High. It's not just the parents; it's also the children, right? How we're raising them up. Soldier of the Most High, how would we make an offering? How would we make an offering of fire? I was a little confused on that part. Okay, we're gonna get to Hebrews in a little bit, Most High willing, where it speaks of the offering is like the sacrifice to the Most High. So Yahushai was the perfect sacrifice, right? Loosely paraphrasing, it says in Hebrews that if the bullock and the goat was enough of a sacrifice to the Most High, then how much more is the sacrifice of Yahushai towards us, right? So the literal offerings and sacrifices in fire we don't do anymore, because Yahushai was the perfect sacrifice, right? Kingdom minded, would Satan attack us harder once we get rid of willful sins? So anytime, we're definitely gonna get into that as well. Sirach chapter 2, it says, anytime you come to serve the Most High, what's gonna happen? Satan's going to tempt you. You got to prepare your soul for temptation, right? You have to prepare your soul for temptation. So anytime we are being um we're repairing that breach, so to speak, anytime we're reconciling ourselves to the Most High, which definitely getting rid of willful sins is doing that, Satan is going to try to attack us harder, right? And I was just explaining before this, I got on this live, I was explaining to a brother, if you really think about it, this month, you should expect Satan to come at us, if not as the hardest of any part of the year, then one of the hardest. Because I would definitely say before, I've seen, especially the last like 2 years, before Passover, it seems like a lot of brothers and sisters going through certain things and being tempted, and a lot of brothers and sisters just completely falling out the truth, not even trying to follow the word, thinking the Bible is not true, etc. before Passover. But also these last few days, I can't say I've had a lot of brothers and sisters, more than usual, reaching out to me and seeking counseling and things of that nature. And what I point out to them, like I said, I was just pointing out to a brother before this, is the seventh month, and y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the seventh month has the most holy days of any month. Can any of y'all, let's see, let's test y'all out. How many holy days do we have in the seventh month? So the brother Church of Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai 12, Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah, exiled, Khan, exiled. How many, I'm gonna keep reading these comments till someone answers. How many holy days? And it's all right if you're wrong, right? Satan will attack you either way it goes, Khan. They're gonna they're gonna attack you either. If you're trying to serve the Most High, he's gonna attack you. If you're wearing fringes, he's going to attack you. right? If you're keeping Sabbath, he's going to attack you. If you're fighting off a spirit of fornication or weed or lust or whatever the case may be, guess what? He's going to attack you, right? Oh, yeah, it's been hectic over here. Khan, a lot of brothers and sisters been telling me that. It's that they're going through it right now. And, you know, I can definitely understand, but I'm not going to say that I'm going through the same, because all praise to the Most High. Yahweh Ratazah stays like that. I've learned over the years, the more you stay set apart, and not just yourself but your household, keep outsiders out of your house, the easier it's gonna be. Not that this truth or this walk is easy, but the easier it will be, right? Okay, so Soldier of the Most High said 3. Shawashai Mock said 3. Barzia Judah 4, including New Moon. Okay, Khan. So if we read Leviticus 23, Leviticus 23 is the feast of Yahweh, right? The first feast that is said, actually, I'm going to read verse 1 and 2, right? I'm going to read verse 1 and 2. It says, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feast of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. The first feast that the Most High names is this: 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest, a holy convocation. So even though it's not a feast in the sense of where we're gonna feast and cook all this stuff, which sometimes we do, right? We'll have food ready for Sabbath. A lot of people do that, or have stuff ready to eat during Sabbath. Okay, the feast of Yahweh includes Sabbath. So in a sense, you are correct, Barzayah Judah, with the 4, but then we also got the 4 Sabbaths, right? So in total, it's actually 8, right? In total, it's actually 8, and including new moon, Salakia. We got the 3. Who mentioned it? Let me go back up on the comments. So Khan, Soldier of the Most High, Feast of Trumpets, which we was the first day of the 7th month, right? And then we had a Sabbath, or Feast of Trumpets, which actually is the new moon as well. So it's like the brother Ayal had said, he was like, hey man, it's actually like a double Sabbath. And then, oh, but it's on the Sabbath day. It's like a triple Sabbath, right? So we have Feast of Trumpets, Day of Atonement, Feast of Tabernacles. Then we also have, like the brother put, where's it at? Oh yeah, new moon, right? So that's 4. And then the Sabbaths as well, which is 8 in total. So 8 in total, 8 holy days for the Most High, or towards the Most High. So when you have that much, when you really think about it, like in 1 month, to have that many, you should kind of be expecting for Satan to try and trip you up in some way or another, right? And that's just something I wanted to bring out, because I've told at least probably more than a handful of brothers and sisters in the last few days. It's kind of to be expected, right? Let me go back up. No, brother says something. Oh yeah, keep people out of your business. The more you keep people out of your business, the more people are gonna stay out of your business, right? So I'm gonna keep going. This is verse 30. It says, and whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Now it's just like in First Corinthians 3 and First Corinthians 6, I believe, where the Most High says your body is a temple, and anyone who defiles his temple, he will destroy. So I've showed that verse to certain people when it comes to, probably one of the most prevalent things is when it comes to smoking weed. And they're like, well, we could smoke weed because there's no law that says you cannot smoke weed. And you can go to the law to disprove that, but I'm not going to get into that just for to not get off topic. But what I'll tell them is, but anytime smoke enters into your body, you're defiling your temple, right? And I know because back when I would smoke weed and I would train MMA, when I would smoke too much, I would literally be throwing up the smoke because you would swallow it, and it would you would actually throw up like these bubbles and stuff like that. But anyway, saying all that to say, there's people that will say, the Most High, well, I'm defiling my temple and he hasn't destroyed me yet. Ah ha ha, right? But I've seen many times where he'll destroy your memory, he'll destroy your marriage, he'll destroy your finances, he'll destroy your ability to provide for your family, he'll destroy maybe your vehicle, he'll destroy your friendships, right? There's many different ways the Most High can destroy. He'll destroy your health. So he doesn't have to literally kill you, right? So when it says here, the same soul will I destroy from among his people, I've seen at least a few brothers that, were considered mighty men in the truth in the years coming to pass, or these years that passed. And now they don't even claim to be to be in the truth no more, right? They're not even trying to follow the Bible. I've seen one brother that went from trying to follow the whole Bible to Yahushua is not real to now just the Old Testament and Apocrypha. And then he went from that to just the Old Testament, not the Apocrypha. Then he went to Torah only. And now the last time I heard from him, all he believes in is Genesis. Everything else besides Genesis, he doesn't believe in. So there's a lot of ways the Most High can kill you, kill your understanding, right? He can kill your eyes to see. And Kanak, he will destroy your lungs. He will. But killing you softly for sure. For sure. Proverbs 22:3. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. So when we see like a lot of holy days coming up, or we know, the beginning of the years coming up, like the Passover, because I mean, they're not ranked in order of like this is the most important, but we know that Passover, being symbolic and representative of Yahushua, is one of the most important, if not the most important, holy day, because it is representing Yahushua. And that's why it even says that you're supposed to examine yourself before the Passover, and you could be eating to yourself destruction if you're not worthy of eating of it, right? But going back to this, the Most High could destroy you in many different ways, right? So we have to keep this holy day to the best of our ability, right? I'm gonna read that one more time and then keep going. It says, and whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul would I destroy from among his people. 31. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. So it is a statute or a law, it's a commandment forever throughout your generations. So to the people, like the Jehovah's Witnesses I said at the beginning of this, they came over last Sabbath, right? And I was talking to them, and they're like other people as well that say, well, we don't have to keep those anymore. When it says forever, it means forever. When it says throughout your generations, it means, hey, back then the generations of old, they were doing it. Their generations keep going as long as their seed line keeps going. So we're keeping it as well, right? Forever. Because it's just like in the kingdom, we're going to have to keep the commandments, right? So of course we're going to have to be rehearsing the righteous acts, like we read earlier, Judges 5:11, to be trying to rehearse and prepare ourselves in a sense for that, most high willing. um Kingdom minded spiritual and mental cleaning is important in these last days. It most definitely is. Spiritual, mental, and physical as well, right? And when you really think about it, if you're fasting, like the brother Barzayah has said earlier, when you're fasting with a purpose and your purpose is for the Most High, it's all three of those. It's spiritual, mental, and physical. You're doing it because the word is spiritual, right? The law is spiritual. There's verses that say these things, but also when you do these things, you're physically cleansing yourself, and it also gives you more mental clarity as well, right? And something just popped in my head, so I'm gonna tell y'all right now so I don't forget later. If you're observing Day of Atonement right now, I know a few of you brothers and sisters are. um Make sure the first thing you put into your body is not junk, right? Because you're gonna be doing yourself a disservice by doing that, right? That would be like, let's say I'm changing the oil in my car. Oh man, it sounds, the engine is kind of sputtering, or you can hear it misfiring, or it feels sluggish when I push on the gas, and then I check the oil, and the oil's dirty, real dirty, and I clean it out, I drain it completely, I put a new filter on. Would it make sense for me to pour dirty oil back into the engine? Of course not, right? So whatever you eat after the Day of Atonement, make sure it is something healthy that's going to replenish you, that's going to rehydrate. Okay, yeah, coconut water if possible. I'm going to do seeded watermelon, but coconut water is also very good as well, right? I would say those are probably two of the best things: coconut water, uh or coconut itself, right? Oh, pomegranate juice, any type of fresh organic fruits that are high in water, like water content, is going to be good for you, right? So I'm going to do watermelon for sure. um Kingdom Minded, I heard Warrior's Dream. I heard that it's a good idea to resupply your body after a fast with fresh fruits like watermelon, cantaloupe, orange, and mango. Khan, I would definitely agree. Actually, the orange, I heard or I read something that said to try to stay away from acidic things right after you fast, because it's going to add a lot of acid into your stomach. And your stomach, like, put it this way, right? Your stomach has natural acids that breaks down all the food. So you already have acid just sitting in your empty stomach after you fast. So things like orange, or even, strawberry and stuff like that that are more acidic, it's just going to add more acid to your stomach. But I would definitely say watermelon, cantaloupe, mango. Man, I would love to eat some mangoes, but it's really hard to find organic mangoes down here in South Texas. The brother said con is smacking, right? I remember 2 Day of Atonements ago, I ate I ate me some hot chicken, bad stomach, con. I thought you were gonna say hot Cheetos, but yeah, con. You want to put something healthy into your stomach, even if it's just water, right? Even if it's just water. And another thing, I'll give y'all just another little health tip, right? A lot of people drink, or a lot of people don't drink enough water, first of all, right? But then you have people that drink a lot of water, and they think that that's going to hydrate them. But when you drink so much or too much water too quickly, like let's say I drink a cup right now, in 30 minutes I drink a cup, 30 minutes I drink a cup, in 30 minutes, I keep going throughout the day, what eventually my body's going to do is it's just going to spit that water back out, right? I'm just gonna keep peeing, I'm gonna keep urinating, and I'm not gonna absorb the water. So something real good that you can do, even if it's just once a day, they recommend you do it twice a day. But if you're not gonna do like no supplements or nothing like that, it's a lot cheaper to just, if you get sea salt, get like a half a teaspoon of sea salt and drink it with some water, mix it up real good, drink it with water, and it's going to help your body to absorb the water, right? It's giving electrolytes, and the salt helps your body to absorb it. It's just like when you sweat, your sweat tastes salty, right? Because your sweat is basically made out of water and salt. So if you actually have salt in the water, it's going to help your body to absorb the water better. Um, haven't tried watermelon, gotta try that. Um, Orange and acid, good looking out. I hear that. Con. When I was in Florida, there was mango trees everywhere. A good little snack for a hot day. Con. That's cool. I would be very 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 vigilant though, because anytime there's like I've said it before, my very first job was picking toronjas, picking not oranges, grapefruit, picking grapefruit when I was like 16, probably like 15 and a half or maybe 16. And it was in an orchard, right? And we would do the same thing. We would be like, oh man, it's hot. Let's just eat one of these. And we're out in a huge orchard, right? Like they would come show us the rows they wanted to do in the morning, then they wouldn't come back till lunch, and then they come at the end of the day. So we're like, man, let's eat some of these. But all in those orchards and stuff, man, it's crazy how much pesticides they spray on everything. If it doesn't say organic zone, because I know at least in Texas, I don't know about in Florida or other places. In Texas, they have to mark the fields. So like where we used to live, there's a place called Indian Lake. We lived next to a field that where they grew organic cabbages, and they had a big sign that said organic, no spray zone, right? Where you would have to like mark off the organic fields, and if it doesn't say organic, then it's not organic, right? But um, so I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna read verse 31 and 32 one last time. It says, "Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings, wherever you're living." There's also some people, I don't know if any of y'all have heard this doctrine, right? I've heard it a few times from certain people, certain camps, and certain brothers over the past few years. They'll say you can't keep the holy days unless you're keeping it in the Holy Land in Israel, right? But that's not so. There were three holy days that they would keep, that the men, a lot of times it was just the men. It wasn't the whole family. Let's say they're not living in the Holy Land, and they were required to go back to Israel in order to keep it, right? And that was um, Passover, Pentecost, or Feast of First Fruits, and um, was it day of, and I believe it was Feast of Tabernacles, right? Those three. And y'all could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was those three: Passover, Pentecost, and Feast of Tabernacles, where they would go back to the Holy Land to keep it, right? But there's also verses that state things like this, where it says, uh, "In all your dwellings, Salakia." Let me go back. Ye shall 31. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generation in all your dwellings. Right. So the Most High knows and knew since the beginning that we were going to be scattered to the four corners of the earth in the times that we're living in now. So is it better to keep them and rehearse the righteous acts? Of course. Right. Is it better to just know we're not going to do it at all because we're not in the Holy Land? I will say, no, it's not. It's not good to do that. We're supposed to keep them to the best of our ability, right? Um, they were wild mango trees. Okay, calm. That's cool. They were wild mango trees. So yeah, um, let's go ahead and go to. So that basically covers Leviticus 16, Leviticus 23. It also talks about it in other books, like Exodus and things of that nature, on keeping the holy days, right? But that's the basics of why we are to keep it, what it's for. It's a day of atonement. Atonement is the process of where we remove obstacles to reconcile ourselves to the Most High, right? Like the brother just said, um, to be committed to the Most High. We're committing ourselves to the Most High. That's why we're not even eating, drinking, doing things that would lead us astray from the Most High, especially on this day. He said, anyways, Ak, what made me ask you that question? What made me ask you that first question? I believe Satan was attacking me with random thoughts of fear out of nowhere. I usually don't think that or think like that, but but it happened soon as I fully want to be committed to the Most High. Khan. So the more you commit yourself to the Most High, actually, now that we're done with Leviticus, I'm gonna go ahead and go to Sirach chapter 2, right? I'm gonna go to Sirach 2 and read the first couple verses. Salakia chat, the precepts have been actually the ones we went over were Leviticus 23, but it says basically the same things in Leviticus 16. So for those of y'all who want to look further into it, more precepts, Leviticus 23 and Leviticus 16 go over uh the Day of Atonement, right? But yeah, when you're fully committed to the Most High, of course, the enemy is going to try to attack you in any way, shape, or form, right? So this is Ecclesiasticus or Sirach, chapter 2, starting on verse 1. It says, "My son, if thou come to serve Yahweh, prepare thy soul for temptation." Okay, prepare your soul for temptation. And now the perfect precept to keep in mind with this is what the brother Barzayah Judah had brought up earlier. Actually, I'm gonna go up to it. It was Proverbs 22 and 3. Okay, preparing yourself for something, because to be and that's a lesson that we're gonna do actually on Feast of Tabernacles. Most High willing, we're gonna have a couple other brothers, or maybe one, two, three or four other brothers here, and we're gonna do lessons. Maybe not every single day for Feast of Tabernacles, but at least a good, 3 to 5 live lessons. One of them is gonna be on preparedness or preparation. Okay, being prepared basically just means being ready for anything that may come your way or that you may be confronted with. Okay, so Proverbs 22 and 3, it says, "A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished." So now I'm going to read this Sirach 2 and 1 again. "My son, if thou come to serve Yahweh." So you're doing something. What are you doing? You're trying to serve the Most High. If you're trying to serve the Most High and you're being prudent, it says, "If thou come to serve Yahweh, prepare your soul for temptation." So being prudent means to use wisdom to look towards the future and to prepare with wisdom. Okay. So if you know you're trying to serve the Most High, then you also have to know and prepare your soul and yourself for the evil that's going to come, for the temptation that is going to come, right? So I'm going to read Sirach 2 and 1 more time. "My son, if thou come to serve Yahweh, prepare thy soul for temptation." How would you prepare yourself for temptation? Is always keeping in mind that, and this is something I used to end when I would have a Bible studies at the previous house that I lived at. We've been here, actually September. I've been at this current place 2 years, right? At the other place we lived, we would have people come over for studies and stuff. And I would literally try to end every study we would do with Mark 4:14 and 4:15, right? And actually, I'll get it real quick, even though it's really short, because you have to understand. Sirach 2 and 1 says, "If you come to serve Yahweh, prepare your soul for temptation," right? But anytime you're studying the scriptures, you actually are trying to serve the Most High, right? You are trying to serve Yahweh when you're in the scriptures, and you're doing it for the right reason. So you should be preparing yourself for the temptation or for Satan to come every single time you study, every single time you get on a live, every single time you hear video or see videos, right? Or you're listening to them. Some of y'all maybe like me. I'll be at work, or I'll be working, or I'll be planting stuff outside, or whatever the case may be, and I'll just put on, like, I'll go to YouTube and put Proverbs KJV, and I'll just let it play, right? So this is Mark 4:14. It says, "The sower soweth the word." Now we know Yahushua is the main sower because he's the word in the flesh, right? Or the Most High, Yahweh through Yahushua. It says, "The sower soweth the word." 15. "And these are they by the wayside where the word is sown." So right now, y'all are all by the wayside. Y'all are hearing the word being sown into your hearts, right? But when they have heard, Satan cometh immediately and taketh away the word that was sown in their hearts, right? So you have to understand that every time you hear the word, you read the word, you watch a video, you listen to a lesson, whatever the case may be, say it says here Satan cometh immediately to try to take away the word that has been sown into your heart, into your mind, right? Let me go up on the comments real quick. Okay, Kana, for real, got to see them fruits. So now taking this, because if we keep reading, right, it's gonna say that some people the word takes root in their life, and then the fruits can come, right? And some people will bring forth fruits, and it's only those with the good ground, right? And it'll bring forth fruit, some 30-fold, 60-fold, 100-fold. But in order for you to bear fruit from the word that you've heard, Satan can't come and take away what was that seed or that word that was put in your ground, right? So a lot of times what would happen when we were, I'll just use that as an example since I was already saying that, when I would have people over, and then let's say it's like Friday even we study Sabbath, and then the next day I remember one brother was like, man, bro, like we studied or whatever, and then you said Satan cometh immediately. Man, my old friend had called and he asked if we could go play pool, and I was like, man, yeah, I'll just go play, I'm not gonna buy nothing. But then he was like, oh, but you know they're drinking and they paid for the games and all that stuff, like suffering sin. You know what I'm saying? So Satan came immediately. Or it would be like, oh yeah, you know what, we studied, but then, this happened with my rib, and then she got upset, and then I got upset, and then now we're going off on each other, etc. Right? So you always have to keep in mind that when you're in the word, no matter if it's Day of Atonement, no matter if it's Feast of Tabernacles, trumpets, whatever the case may be, if it's a Sabbath or it's just a regular day, when you get in the word, there's going to be somebody that is used to get you to go off. And that's why, again, like the brother Barziyah said earlier, and like I was mentioning, when you keep people out of your business, it's a whole lot easier to run your household and for your household to be at peace, right? Because it's like I was talking to another brother recently, and I was just giving him examples of years ago where my rib would talk to certain people, and then it was like she was different. Something happened. A spirit jumped on her, even if it was whether it be just talking on the phone, whether it be talking in person, or whether it be just messaging, right, through Instagram. And it's never a coincidence when everything's good, and then you talk to somebody, and now all of a sudden out of nowhere you got a different spirit, right? That's Satan coming immediately, trying to keep you, like the brother said, from producing those fruits, right? So I'm gonna go back to Sirach 2:1, and I'm gonna keep going because, like the brother said, I'm gonna leave it up actually. As soon as you first become committed to the Most High, which you're doing right now, by committing yourself to the Most High and not eating or drinking, fasting for a full 24 hours, that is committing yourself to Him when you're doing it for Him, right? I could think of at least two people that I told, hey, yeah, Day of Atonement. Oh, yeah, what is that again? And I told them, it's Day of Atonement, Leviticus 23 on down. It's a law. We're supposed to afflict ourselves, not eat, not drink. And I know at least two people for sure, a male and a female, that they just kind of blew it off. You know what I'm saying? Even though they claim to be believers of the Most High and believers of the Bible, right? So the fact that you're keeping Day of Atonement is a good thing as well, and it shows that you're committed to the Most High, and that's why the enemy is trying to put those thoughts of fear and just negative thoughts, because we know fear is not of the Most High, right? 2 Timothy 1:7 says that confusion, fear, these things are not of the Most High. So who are they of? They're of the enemy. So this is Sirach 2:1 again. It's my son, if thou come to serve Yahweh, prepare thy soul for temptation. Verse 2. Set thy heart aright and constantly endure, and make not haste in time of trouble. So this verse right here, I must, this is probably one of the verses that I've read most out of anything in the Apocrypha for sure. Maybe of the whole Bible that I've read consistently over the years, over and over and over. Have posted a lot. I always give this out as a advice or counsel to brothers and sisters. But verse 2, really meditate on it, right? When you go through temptation or you're going through some type of problems or trouble, it says set your heart aright. Okay? Set your heart right. What is your heart? Your heart is your mind. You got to get your mind right and constantly endure and make not haste in time of trouble. Haste not in time of trouble. Don't try to be quick to get out of it. I've always used this example or this similitude, this parable, right? Parable comes from the Greek word parabole or parabole, which means one thing next to another thing. So it's like if I have an iPhone, I don't know, mine's a S or SE, old one, right? And then you have an iPhone 15. I think that's the newest one, right? A parabole is one thing next to another, and you're comparing them. I always compare this verse. It says, "Set thy heart aright, and constantly endure, and make not haste in time of trouble." I always compare this to when I first started doing MMA or specifically jujitsu. For those of y'all who don't know what jujitsu is, it's basically like wrestling, but with submissions. You could choke them, you could arm lock them, leg lock them, whatever. You're trying to get them to tap out, right? In jujitsu, and the brother of y'all who must have willing, he'll be on the next live, and he could be a testament to it. There's a huge like defining moment when you start doing jujitsu. Like, let's say you start today, if somebody gets you in a choke, you're gonna freak out and you're gonna start kicking and pushing, and you're gonna try to do anything you can to get out of it because you're not used to being choked. When someone cuts off the air from your lungs and you're literally not able to breathe, you're gonna start freaking out because it's never happened to you before, right? Or even if you, let's say you've been doing it for a week, 2 weeks, and you're still not used to it, you're gonna freak out and do everything you can to get out of it. What actually happens when you're not using technique, right? You're not using wisdom to get out of whatever choke is being applied to you, you actually make the choke worse. And I know because this happened to me when, I mean, I think I've been doing martial arts about 13 years, right? Or jujitsu 13 years. I did karate and stuff like that when I was a kid, but jujitsu specifically, when I first started training, and every person I've ever trained, this is what happens. You try to get out of it as quickly as you can. A lot of times, that's what brothers and sisters do when they're in the truth too and they haven't dealt with something, right? So it says, set your heart aright and constantly endure and make not haste in time of trouble. A lot of times when you haste to get out of whatever trouble you're in, you just make things worse, right? You just make things worse. Has that ever happened to any of y'all? You're in a bad position and you just, first option, first thing that comes to mind, you do it and you just make it worse, right? Well, one example, there was a couple not too long ago that I was counseling, and you know, one of them said something wrong, and then they tried to correct it, but then they were in the wrong spirit to correct it, so it came out as like kind of like a yell, kind of came out disrespectful, but they didn't mean it in that way, right? But it still came out that way. And the reason why that happened is because you're too hasty to try to get yourself out of that trouble, and in reality, you just make things worse, right? And like the brother said, trying to force things. When you try to force things, right? There was a sister not too long ago. I won't give the details as well. Last week, right? She was in a tough situation. and she didn't really want to deal with the situation. So she did something to try and get out of it really quickly. And it was a good thing to do, but the way she did it was out of order, if that makes sense, without giving too much details. Right? So there's an order and a time and a place for everything, right? And Khan, like the brother said, but you have no experience, so you're doing more harm than help. Khan. So going back to the example that I was giving, in like jujitsu, for example, if I get you, let's say you've never, it's what they call rolling or sparring, right? We're trying to make each other tap out. Let's say you've never done it before, and I roll with you or I'm sparring with you, and I get you in a choke. The majority of the time, especially if it's someone new, I won't just put it on as tight as possible, right? I'll stop, I'll get the move, I'll wait, and then I'll be like, all right, let's see what they're gonna do. And like you can ask the brother y'all or other people as well, right? I'll if they do the right defense, sometimes I'll be merciful, right? And we're gonna get into mercy in just a second too. I'll be merciful and I'll be like, all right, they did the right defense. I'm gonna let them get the boom, they got out of it. But if they don't and they start kicking and pushing away and spazzing out, so to speak, they have no experience. They don't have the proper technique to get out of it. They're going to do more harm. And a lot of times they choke themselves, right? A lot of times what will happen is I'll get it and I'm not even applying the choke the whole way. And they just freak out so much and try and pull their head out that they choke themselves and end up tapping themselves. That's what happens when you're coming into the truth and you may have it's like in Romans, I believe chapter 10, it says they have a zeal for the Most High, but it's not according to knowledge, right? You may know when something is wrong. You may know like, okay, I can't do this. This is a temptation, right? Or I wanna do something that's correct, but you don't know scripturally how to do it, right? Or you don't know how to handle the situation according to the scriptures. So at that point, you shouldn't just try to wing it and get out of whatever situation you're in. You shouldn't try to rush into just, okay, I'm just going to do this because I think it's right, right? Because like it says, they have a zeal for the Most High, but not according to knowledge. A lot of brothers and sisters, just the fact that it shows what, 11 people, I think it got up to like 15 a minute ago. Just the fact that there's that many people just trying to watch or learn about anything pertaining to the Most High. That shows you have a zeal for the Most High. You have an energy towards your spirit. It has an energy or a zeal towards Him, but that doesn't mean it's according to knowledge, right? And that's exactly like I was telling my rib after I talked to the Jehovah's Witnesses the other day, and I was like, man, they said they're gonna come back next Sabbath to talk to me, right? And they were gonna bring, because I didn't have my Spanish Bible on me, and then they said, oh yeah, we're gonna bring so we can compare and contrast, right? Like Spanish and English Bibles and stuff, because they only spoke Spanish, but I was like, man, I hope they come because I could tell they have a zeal for the Most High, but a lot of it's not according to knowledge. So we just can't be real quick to try and get out of the situations we're in if we don't know exactly what to do to get out of it according to the scriptures, right? And that's where, like the brother had said earlier, Barzia has said earlier too, like we have to be humble to admit we don't know something. I could tell y'all, like I've been married 10 years, right? I've been married 10 years now. And I say the first maybe about 5 years, because we've been in the truth over 6 years now. So maybe the first 5 years, that first year coming into the truth still was kind of, little problems here and there. And it was because, maybe, yeah, my wife being emotional sometimes, but a lot of times too is because I didn't have the knowledge to deal with certain situations. And when you don't have that knowledge, like the brother said here, you're going to do more harm than help. But one thing I always did have, I was humble enough to be like, well, you know what? I know this brother. I see this brother as an elder. I'm going to reach out to him. Or I've learned from this brother with this specific situation. Maybe I don't have the precepts. I don't have the experience. So I'm going to reach out to this brother, right? And that's like in Sirach as well. It says, he who has much experience knows much, but he who has little experience doesn't know very much, right? So if you're, let's say, new to being married, it doesn't make sense to go to someone who's not married, or someone who only has a year or 2 years of experience, right? You want to go to someone who has more experience than you. Just same thing with like fighting. You're not going to learn how to fight from someone who's never fought. So comparing that to the scriptures as well, it's always good to find brothers that have struggled in the past with something you struggled with, right? And they were able to overcome it. And you can kind of pick their brain and, okay, well, this specific situation happened, and, this temptation, and man, I fell into it like this. How did you overcome it? What did you do? What are some scriptures, etc., right? But that again all comes down to humility, because it takes a certain level of humility to even reach out and say, hey, can you counsel me on this? Because what you're really saying is, hey, I need help with this, right? I need help with this area, or I don't have enough knowledge in this area. Which like I said earlier, that brother Nabala had pointed out the other day, there's some brothers that know more prophecies than me, right? This brother Barzayah Judah may be able to break down this other prophecy better than me, but then I may have more experience with raising children, since my children are already, almost 15 years old, right? And then another brother may be way better at Hebrew, because that's what they primarily study. We all have, we're all different parts of the body, so we should be able to use the other parts of the body as well, right? Khan, you teaching Khan. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. Um, then the cares of the world and deceitfulness of riches come and choke the word, and they become unfruitful. Khan. So we can't allow the ways of the world, the cares of the world, to come and choke out the fruits that we're trying to bring forth, right? And one of the most common ones that I see, and maybe it's because, I've said it many times, I'm a family man. My family comes first after the Most High, right? But a lot of the times when I counsel with brothers and sisters, it's brothers and sisters that are married or courting, or been married and have children, etc. And we have to understand, when we read the Bible and we're keeping the holy days and we're serving or striving to serve the Most High, especially as family members, when you have people, when you allow people, especially, to come and kind of choke out the word that's in your heart, to come and put cares of the world on you, to make you, to divert your attention from the Most High, that, like the brother said here, right? They choke out the word and become unfruitful, right? Like a tree, like say my cherry tree, right? We had two cherry trees, and all praise to the Most High, we finally got some cherries off of them this year, right? The other day, me and Noah picked a couple off and ate some. We still got a few on there that are ripening and stuff, probably like another 10, 12, and more that are barely popping up, right? We have to see our households like a tree, right? And our children, and that's why it says in many scriptures, the fruit of the womb, that's our children, right? People that come to your house and bring problems, bring confusion, try to throw cares of the world on you, try to get you out of the spirit, whatever type of spirit, maybe a hateful spirit, a grudging spirit, angry spirit, whatever the case may be, they're actually affecting your children as well, whether you realize it or not. So we have to be very vigilant as to not allow that to happen. And that's why, again, like I said, Sirach 11:29 on down for you brothers that have households. Sirach 11:29 down. That is something that I always live by. You don't let nobody into your house that's going to cause division, that's going to cause problems, etc. Right? And when it comes to fasting, like I believe it was the brother, I think it was Kingdom Minded. He said he's used to fasting, right? I'm used to maybe not fasting like a whole 24 hours. I'm not one of those people. There's some brothers that I fast 24 hours every week, right? All praises, that's good, right? But for me personally, I'm always working, either working physical jobs, or I'm working outside. Yesterday it said it feels like 114 down here, right in South Texas. It's always hot. It's not very wise for me to fast that much, right? But I do intermittent fasting, right? Like I mentioned earlier. But one thing I am very um seasoned in fasting from is people, right? If somebody causes problems, I'm very quick to be able to fast from people or cut people off. And it's not being some people may say like being selfish, being rude, etc. It's actually the opposite. It's me taking care of my household, right? So I definitely push you brothers, exhort you brothers to be able to do the same, right? Many members, many gifts and talents. Khan. Church of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai 12, 1 Corinthians 12 and 5. And there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. Yahweh and his son, Yahweh Shai below him, and then all of us below them. Where if we're all serving them, right? We all have different offices, different administrations. Like I said before, we're all parts of the same body, but different parts of the body, right? So that's like me. If I ask one of you brothers, I'm gonna, you have to, right? There's no way out of it. You're either gonna cut off your left foot or your left hand. Which one you want to keep? It's gonna be hard to choose, right? It's like, okay, we're gonna pluck out one of your eyes or we're gonna cut off your lips. Which one? Right? It's gonna be real hard to pick. But in the faith, or I don't even like to say in the truth, because when I say in the truth, I mean moving in the spirit as well, not just following the laws. I mean moving in the fruits of the spirit that the Most High would want us to, right? In the faith, there's a lot of brothers or even sisters, but mainly from what I've seen, brothers that will look down on other brothers because they think they have a higher administration or a higher purpose as far as how they serve the Most High, right? So let's say you have a brother that's been in the truth or been in the faith for 10 years, and then you have someone else who's only been in it 3 years, right? And they look down on them like, well, I'm higher than you, right? I'm holier than thou, that type of attitude. When in reality, right, it's like the scriptures say, can the hand look at the foot and be like, I'm better because I'm a hand? But we're both working towards the same goal. We're both working for the same body, right? We're both working. Like if my eyes, let's say the brother Barzat Yah is the eye, is the eyes, the brother Shawashai Mak is the hands, and I'm the feet, right? And we're all working. Let's say we're doing a construction job. There's no way we're getting the job done if Barzayah ain't the eyes and he's not working, he's not looking, and Shawashai Mak ain't the hands and he's not picking stuff up, and I'm the feet. So if I'm not walking in and moving and we're working together in unison, right? So every administration, every part of the body has a purpose, and we can't say like, oh well, I'm the hand, I'm better than you, you're the foot, right? But sadly, and Khan, the brother's saying that right now, because this does happen. I know some of y'all may never hear these things, right? But for us brothers that have been affiliated with a camp or multiple congregations, right, we do hear these types of things. So the brother said, I heard a brother verbatim tell another brother that he was beneath him. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. But all you have to, when you really think about it, the way I always put it is like pride comes before the fall, right? So when somebody sees or feels that they're above somebody, it's like, okay, you're above me, right? But guess what? Your fall is coming. You're gonna fall from that position or that spot that you think you're at, right? I witnessed that, calm, and I've witnessed things not exactly that, but very similar to that, and it's like I always say, it's sad to see those types of things happen in the faith, but at the same time, to me at least personally, it makes me feel more grateful to the Most High to be like, grateful, but also like more fearful of him in the sense of like the water for not letting me be prideful like that. Because there was one point where I was prideful, and actually I'll mention that in just a second. But the water for not making me prideful like that, but also like it's like David said, please don't take your Holy Spirit away from me. Because there's literally brothers that claim the faith and claim the truth and Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatah and all these things, or Yahuwah or Yahweh or whatever the case may be. They may even call on different names that I've seen, and they truly feel that they are above everybody else, right? When in reality, none of our position is set in stone. None of us know we're making it to the kingdom, right? None of us. Um, right? There is always harmony in the body. That's how we're functioning right now. It's really not difficult. Khan. And that's why Yahushua said, he said it's better to pluck out your eye or cut off your hand and make it into the kingdom maimed or missing a body part, right? Than for your whole body to be cast into the lake of fire. Because I know of brothers and sisters in the past that literally had to cut off, their best friend their whole life, right? Or brothers that had to get rid of their rib because she was not getting down with the program of the Most High. Gave her chances. She wasn't gonna do it, and they weren't gonna have the rib disrespecting not only the husband but also the Most High, right? So there is times where, and I know of brothers that have gone both ways, where they realize, oh man, my congregation, my camp, whatever, there's certain people that, they're not really following after the Most High, they're not in the right spirit, they're uncorrectable, whatever. There's some that stay and there's some that go, right? And it's like Matthew 19:29 says that those that are willing to forsake all are going to receive 100-fold and inherit life in the kingdom. So that's just something to keep in mind as well, right? And to go back real quick, not to get off topic, but I'm gonna mention it just because, what was it? I think it was on Shabbat or the day before Shabbat. I was talking to another brother. Um, all the videos, I'm probably maybe none of y'all even noticed because it was probably about 5 years ago. All the videos that I had with me and this one brother or a couple of brothers, street preaching from years ago, right? I had heard this, the brother, I'm gonna mention him one more time, the brother Nabala. He talks heavily on humility and on pride, right? And I remember years ago, probably around 5 years ago, he had made a video or a short lesson on humility, and he had said like, man, I see when I see some of these videos that I want to learn from, that there's brothers, I could see the spirit of pride on them. Like I can literally see that spirit of pride on them. And when he had said that, I really was meditating on it, thinking about it and stuff. And I went back and watched the videos that me and some other brothers had done before, and I was like, damn, y'all know how Hebrews 4:12, it says the word cuts into your spirit, it divides your spirit and soul, your bone marrow even. That's how I felt, right? And the Most High put the spirit on me to just be like, I'm taking them down, right? I'm taking all these videos down because even though what I was saying may have been true, like bringing out scriptures and this and this, but the spirit that you're doing it in is just as important. Teaching the Bible in a spirit of pride, not only is it going off for us because we're moving in pride, but it's like the scriptures say, pride is hateful before the Most High and before man. So the Most High is looking down and he's like, man, look at this pride, and he's hating it, right? But also, we're trying to be quote unquote fishers of men and bring people into the truth or into the faith, but they see us teaching in pride, and they don't want nothing to do with that, right? That's pushing people away. That's like I've said many times before as well. If you go fishing, when you fish, you're supposed to be quiet. You don't want to scare the fish away. Yelling at fish is not going to catch any fish, right? So functioning and being a part of the body and things of that nature, you can't function when you have people, a lot of people saying like, oh, you're the hand, you don't matter, you're the foot, you're nothing compared to me, right? Let me go back down or back up on the comments. Khan, exactly, right. Churchy, how about Shemi, how shy? Khan, some men are made overseers of the flock, but if it was said maliciously, then that's definitely off. Khan, I agree. I agree 100%. Because look, if we really think about it, we're all a part of the body, right? Are the hands in a higher position than the feet? Yes, physically they're higher. Is the head higher than the shoulders? Yes, it's physically higher, right? But it's like the scriptures say, be not many masters. Try not to be a master of many things, because you're gonna have the greater condemnation, right? You're not gonna catch me. You're never gonna come on a live and see me like, okay, I'm gonna break down these 3 or 5 or 7 prophecies, and this person is this and this is this and this, because that's not my office, right? And that's not to say I don't go into prophecies and things of that nature, right? But I feel the most high, because I have much experience with families, for example, and brothers, becoming a man, because I've gone through it, right? Raising up children, how to deal with the wife or deal with your wives. Since I have more experience, I'm gonna stay in that area, right? So I was made an overseer in that area, right? But it's just like, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. I believe it was Philip. Was it Philip that was charged to the matters of like the widows and the members of the church and things of that nature? I believe it was Philip. I may be incorrect though. If one of y'all wants to correct me, there's certain people even back then that were charged to certain matters and certain pieces of the body, if that makes sense, right? So there are some men that are overseers of the flock, like he said, but then there are men that take that and let it go to their head. It's like the scriptures say, "Knowledge puffeth up," right? It puffs up and gets you to this position where you think, or you carry yourself not only like you're higher than everybody else, but like everybody else is lower than you, right? And that's like with the current job that I have and I've had on and off. Some of y'all know, like, I'll go assemble at different businesses and stuff like that. I'm in a position where if there's a new person, I'll have to train them, right? But that's not going to be me like, no, do this and this. Like, I'm not an overseer in that way. I don't take advantage of the position, right? Now on the opposite side, I did some training for a job a couple weeks ago, and one of the do at the end of the training, you have to take like kind of like a test, but it's a person. It's one of the trainers giving you the test, right? And I was doing real good doing the test, answering everything correct. They put you in certain situations. You have to do certain things, and I could see as the dude saw I was doing good, he was trying to make it harder and harder and harder, right? And at the end, I talked to the other people that were doing the tests and stuff, and they were like, "Man," they explained what happened with them. I explained what happened with me, and they were like, "Man, he was really making it hard for you." And one of the people that knows him personally, is a family member of him, was like, "Yeah, bro, he was just being an a-hole. Like, the power goes to his head, you know." So in the truth or in the faith, the same thing tends to happen a lot of times, right? And that's one way that the enemy can get to us as well, right? And I'm gonna actually read, even though I just read this, I believe on the last live or maybe 2 lives ago. This is Sirach, and then I'll get to the comments. This is Sirach chapter 10 and verse 12. It says, "The beginning of pride is when one departeth from the Most High, and his heart is turned away from his Maker." So the beginning of pride, when you start becoming prideful, that's when you start departing from the Most High, right? Let's just pretend the Most High is physically there with you. As soon as you start being prideful, it's like you're taking some steps away from him, right? And his heart is turned away from his Maker. You're literally turning your mind away from him, and your mind is now on things of pride, things of the world, right? 13. For pride is the beginning of sin, and he that hath it shall pour out abomination, And therefore Yahweh brought upon them strange calamities and overthrew them utterly. So again, pride is the beginning of sin. And that's like I did a whole lesson on just the 10 commandments, right? Just the 10 commandments. If you really look at all of them, they all have, when you're breaking them, they all have to do with I, right? Me. You don't think about nobody else. You don't think about the Most High. You don't think about your neighbor, right? You put another God over the Most High. Most people put themselves as their own God, right? So like I know he's the Most High, but I'm gonna do something against him. I know I'm not supposed to use his name in vain, but I'm mad and I'm gonna use his name in vain, right? I know, and it just keeps going. I know I'm supposed to keep Sabbath, but I'm not going to. I know I'm not supposed to steal, but I want it. I know I'm not supposed to commit adultery, but I want this woman, right? So as soon as pride starts coming in and you're only thinking about yourself, you start to depart from the Most High, and that's when you start sinning against Him and against your neighbor. Right? I'm gonna go to the comments real quick. Satan wants us to have fear because it goes against the Most High and it attacks our prayers. Con, con. I'm gonna get a precept on that real quick. Even though I already mentioned, what was it? 2 Timothy 1:7, right? We know fear is not of the Most High, but also this is Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 6. It says, "But without faith it is impossible to please Him. For he that cometh to the Most High must believe that He is," you have to believe He exists, "and that He is a rewarder of them that diligently seek Him." Right? And this goes perfectly with a couple different points on what you're saying. Right? Satan wants us to have fear. If we're moving in faith, we're not going to be in fear. So it says, but without faith, it's impossible to please the Most High. So when we're moving in fear or we're not making decisions because of fear, that's another big thing, right? Like you'll have brothers or sisters that don't want to do something because they're in fear that it won't work out. And what I'll always ask them is, okay, well, what does the Bible say to do? Is it according to the Bible doing this? Is it good? Well, yeah. Is it going to push you in a better direction, put you in a better position to follow the word? Yeah. Well, then why wouldn't you do it? Well, because what if it doesn't work out? That's fear, right? So you said he wants us to have fear because it goes against the Most High, attacks our prayers. 11:6, Hebrews 11:6 says, "Without faith, it's impossible to please Him." So you're moving in fear. You don't have faith. You can't please Him. Is He going to answer our prayers if we are not doing something that pleases Him? Of course not, right? I'm actually going to get one more precept. Romans uh 14. Right? So it definitely does attack your prayers because you're not coming in full faith, right? The Most High, in order to please the Most High, you have to have faith in what you're doing. So this is Romans 14:23. It says, "And he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin." Right? So there's always mainly two examples I'll give, right? And this could apply to anything in your life. It says, "Whatsoever is not of faith is sin." But the first part it says is, "He that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eats not of faith." So let's say, for example, you, brother, kingdom minded, or any of y'all on here, right? Let's say you're in the truth, you know the dietary laws, and you know monodiglycerides, like 90% of the time, comes from pork, right? There's some that it'll literally say monodiglycerides from vegetables or plant-based, whatever, right? But the majority of the time is from pork. Let's say someone who's not in the truth is like, "Oh, here you go. I know you just had Day of Atonement. I made this, I don't know, this pie for you." And you don't know the ingredients in the pie, but it looks good, right? Because you're hungry. And let's say it's still a little bit warm. They just made it, but you don't know the ingredients. This says, "He that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith." and they already threw all the ingredients away. They're like, I don't know what it was, but we threw away the wrappers for the pie crust and all the stuff we used. Just by you not knowing the ingredients, you shouldn't eat of it because you don't know what's in it. Now, some people will be like, well, it could be lawful, so I'll eat it. But you don't have faith that it is lawful. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to read it one more time. And he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin. Okay, so that's like a physical example. But then there's also, I'll give you a spiritual example. Let's say you're in a congregation or you're in a camp or something, and somebody says something or teaches something, and let's say let's say you're one of these congregations that y'all get together on the feast days, and you got 50, 100 people or more, and they teach something, and they don't back it up specifically with the scriptures, right? And everybody's eating it up, and they're like, oh yeah, all praise to the Most High, and this, that, and the other. But something just doesn't sit right with your spirit, and you're like, wait a second, but doesn't this precept say this? Wouldn't that go against that? And instead of eating of that, you're gonna look into it and not have faith in it, because we're supposed to prove all things, like it says in 1 Thessalonians 5:21, right? So I'm gonna read it one last time. It says, and he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin. Right? So I've told many people before. I actually even told a sister just a couple days ago, look, if you're gonna do this, yes, that would be good, that would be productive for you. But if you're not going in with full faith, you're already setting yourself up for failure. Right? And that's something that my first real MMA coach would say. He was like, don't be son, because he would literally, he was a millionaire. He had his own company. It's called a fight promotion, like a company that sets up events, right? So he would be like, hey, y'all are all under me. He was also a coach at the gym we were at. He was like, y'all are all under me. You already know, if you want to fight, I'm going to give you a fight. I'm going to help y'all make some money. I'm going to help y'all move up the ranks, whatever. But if you're going to come in with the attitude of, I'm going to lose, don't even sign up. You're setting yourself up for failure, right? What he's really saying is you can't come in with the spirit of fear, right? You have to have faith that you're going to win. And taking that and applying it spiritually is very important as well, right? Very, very important. Um, Sharper than any two-edged sword. Khan, Khan. Uh, you'll know, you'll know when you'll feel it if you haven't felt it yet, right? When a brother or a sister corrects you with the word, Hebrews 4:12, you'll feel that cutting into your spirit, right? Now, sometimes they're going to be right about it. Sometimes they may not even be scriptures that don't even pertain to the situation. But when the Most High convicts you, you'll know and you'll feel that it's sharper than any two-edged sword, right? Um, pride is pride is Satan trying to control you. Calm. Offending the little ones, and that's something, man. I'm glad you said that up. I'm glad you said that. The thing that people, and I won't even say people, because we're speaking specifically to people that are already in the truth, brothers especially, that have been in the truth or been in the faith and known the word for a long period of time, right? They don't understand that it's better for a millstone to be cast or to be wrapped around your neck and for you to be thrown in the ocean than to be offending little ones, right? Now, this, in my understanding, this is polysemy, right? This is polysemy. Polysemy means something, a word or a phrase or a statement can have more than one meaning. When Yahushua said, actually, I'm going to get it real quick. In Matthew 18, when he said offending little ones, he wasn't just talking about children, physical children, right? He's talking about young ones in the faith as well. The ones that are they're babies in this truth, right? That's why Isaiah said you got to get the milk, right? You got to be weaned from the milk. He's saying you're a baby in the truth. You're a little one in the truth, right? This is Matthew 18 and 16. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone, a big old rock, right, say a cinder block, was hanged, were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Okay, so think about that. There are certain people that want to learn about the truth, but brothers go out, or whether it be online, on their social media, whether it be on live lessons they're doing, whether it be out in public and they're street preaching. There are brothers, and this is another thing that I was talking to another brother, that brother Nabala, about, that purposefully offend people, right? They're purposefully trying to offend. When, like we just mentioned a minute ago, Hebrews 4 and 12, the word already cuts into people's spirit and soul. So all we have to do sometimes is, oh, you're eating that. Well, the Bible actually says this. Look, Leviticus 11 and 7. You're not supposed to eat the swine. It's unclean to you, right? That will cut into their spirit if the Most High gives them the conviction, right? So we don't have to purposely offend people. We don't have to go out and, oh, you're going to be put to death, and you're wicked and you're 2/3 and all these things. All those things are coming from a spirit of pride, right? And what it does is offend people that maybe they are new to the truth. They're babes in the truth. They're children or little ones in the truth. But again, they may be one of those people, like I mentioned, Romans 10, that have a zeal for the Most High. Maybe they really actually want to learn about the Bible. Maybe they heard or saw some crazy people on the internet saying that they're Israelite, and they're a so-called black person or Hispanic or a Native American person. And they feel like, oh man, that's true. That makes sense. I think my family is under curses. Let me learn more about it. And they're sincerely trying. They believe that, and they're trying to find out about the Most High. But then what do a lot of times, and I'll say we, because again, like I said, the first probably year and a half I was in the faith or learning about it, I was teaching just like those brothers, right? So we're doing that and we're offending them. And our Messiah said it's better for us to get thrown in the sea with a big old stone wrapped around our neck than to do that. Because, like the brother said here too, yelling at fish, that's what we're doing. Yahushua said to be fishers of men, right? And instead we're yelling at them and getting them to go away from the truth instead of trying to reel them in, right? Um, I'm gonna jump down. Church of Yahweh Khan, the brother said it maliciously. He told the brother he's not going to answer his question because he doesn't have to, because he was beneath him. I actually might know of the, you don't have to say it at all, right? But I actually believe I know the brother that you're talking about. If it's the brother that I think you're talking about, I've heard him say things very very similar to that as well. I've heard him say, well, a brother, if it's the same one, say things like, "Well, how long you been in the truth?" "Well, I've been in this thing for this many years." Like, you can't tell me nothing, right? When he's trying to come with scriptures, anybody can tell anybody. You could pull out a scripture right now and say, "Hey, Ak, you said this a little while ago. This scripture says this," and if it's correcting me, right, then I'm gonna take that correction, and I'm actually gonna be like, "Oh, the water. You know what? Maybe I said that wrong." Right? None of us are beneath the correction of the Most High. But the thing is, the correction of the Most High many, 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 many times comes from other brothers and sisters that are coming with the word of the Most High. Right? Um, Warrior's dream, and the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle unto all men, apt to teach and patient. Khan. I agree. And yeah. I won't get more off topic with that. Sirach 10 and 12. Um, in meekness, what verse is that? Warrior's dream. I know it's in Timothy, I believe. In meekness, instructing those that oppose themselves, if the Most High peradventure will give them repentance to the acknowledging of the truth. So, come, when we teach brothers and sisters, obviously, we're not supposed to strive, right? It's like in Proverbs, I believe it says, only through pride cometh strife, right? Only through pride cometh strife. And when you talk to certain brothers, if you even question them on something and they feel offended, they'll get real defensive and it will turn into a strife, right? It can never, with some brothers, you can never have a civilized conversation. I've come to the realization and the truth of that over the years. And for those type of brothers, you still be gentle, but you remove yourself from that type of situation, right? When you know there's never a time to be meek with them. Um, Anything against the word is straight up Satan opposing it. Yep, yep, yep. Setting your heart aright takes faith. It definitely does, right? Because when you're going through a trial, in order to get your mind right, you have to have faith that it's going to work out. And that's why in Hebrews 11:6, it said you have to believe that the Most High rewards those who are diligently seeking Him. So no matter what you're going through, you have to set your heart on that and really have that faith to be able to be like, okay, look, yeah, maybe I'm going through this right now, but I have faith that if I keep diligently seeking the Most High, I know for a fact He is going to reward me in one way or another, right? And that's something you have to know, right? Romans 14. Warrior's Dream, sidebar for those to keep away from pork ingredients. A lot of breads have mono and diglycerides, probably most breads, to be honest. Most breads have mono and diglycerides, and not even like when you say bread, most people just think like like actual bread, but also anything like cookies or pies or cakes, anything that has some type of breading ingredient, even if it's like I don't know, breaded fish, right? Even some fried chicken, stuff like that, has monodiglycerides, which is why you got to look into be not ignorant of anything small or big, right? Prove all things. Be vigilant of everything you're putting into your temple, right? Obviously, we have Yahushai. He died for our sins. Say you eat something and later on, weeks later, you're like, oh man, I never checked the ingredients. Look, it had this. All right, that's something ignorant. Most High willing, He will wink at your ignorance, like it says in the scriptures. But we don't. We want to be very careful to prevent anything that is preventable, if that makes sense. Knowledge puffeth up, and not even just in the faith. Like I told you in the example I gave, I I I have the position where I got to train people sometimes, and it doesn't puff me up at all. Like to be honest with you, like it's just because you have the ability to be over somebody, and I'm doing air quotations, right? Over somebody, it shouldn't puff you up because you started in the same position as them, right? And that's something we always got to keep in mind. No matter if you've been in the truth 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 25 years, right? I know of one elder that's been in the truth 25 years. It doesn't matter because we all started at the same position. And the Most High could throw you back down to that same position or lower at any point in time. And that happens through what? Through pride, right? You gotta know, he's undeniable with his action. Oh, okay, Khan. Yeah, the quote unquote brother you're talking about. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a chief to some men, right? I'll say that. And I've had conversations with him too, like just me and him, and yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. Knowledge definitely puffeth up. But yeah, let's go ahead and get back to the topic at hand. And so we went over Leviticus 23. We basically just went over like faith and works. Actually, let me just get that in James real quick. Um, we all know faith. We have to do everything in faith, right? We have to do everything in faith. If you're doing something not in faith, the majority of the time, like I said about fighting, you're setting yourself up for failure. I have seen certain people, like when I was fighting, because that gym that I was talking about, it was a fighting gym, an MMA fighting gym. So we had one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, probably about 6 or 7 of us that would consistently fight at that period of time. But there was at least about 10 to 12 people that were fighting out of that gym, training to fight, right? And there was rare occasions where they'd be in fear and like, man, I think I'm gonna get knocked out. I think I'm gonna lose quick, and they would end up winning. But that was very rare, right? That was the exception to the rule, not the rule. So definitely, we have to be doing everything through faith, and our works comes with the faith. Because when you truly believe something, what are you gonna do? You're gonna put works behind it, right? That's like if, let's say, I get a wife today, I don't have no children, no wife, and I'm like, man, you know what? I get fired from my job today, right when I got married, and I'm like, well, I have to provide for her. You know what? I have faith in the Most High. He's gonna make everything work out. I'm gonna provide for her. Now, am I just gonna sit on my hands or play video games and watch Netflix all day, all week, and wait for a job to come? No, I'm gonna put works behind it. I'm gonna apply for as many jobs as possible, and I have faith the Most High is gonna allow me to provide. Right? It's the same thing in this truth. You can have faith in something, but you have to put the works behind it. And Day of Atonement is a very good example as well. You have faith in the Bible, right? You have faith that it's true. You have faith that what it says I'm supposed to do. So now you're putting the work in on Day of Atonement, and what are you doing? You're fasting from food, from water, from negative influences, etc. Right. So this is James chapter 2, and I'm gonna start on 13, and then I'm gonna come back to it because the title of the lesson is Day of Atonement, Mercy and Atonement through Faith and Works. So we kind of jumbled it together. We went atonement and then faith and works, but I'm gonna come back to mercy and show y'all how it really goes hand in hand with all of this. Right. So I'm gonna start on James 2:13, and I'm gonna go down all the way to 18. So James 2:13, for he shall have judgment without mercy that hath showed no mercy, and mercy rejoiceth against judgment. 14, what doth it profit, my brethren, though a man say he hath faith and have not works? Can faith save him? So it's saying, if somebody says they have faith, but they don't have works, can just the faith save him? And I'm not talking about specific situations like some brothers or sisters will be like, oh well, what about Abednego and the 3 men that were there in the furnace, and the angel, and it protected them. They didn't really do nothing, right? There are certain instances where yes, the Most High is going to save you just through faith, but we're talking in general, right? I know many, many, many people over the years in the truth that, or not in the truth, that know of the Bible, believe it's the truth, but they think faith is enough. As far as like, well, I just believe in Christ. I believe the Bible's true, and I'll make it. We all know people like that, right? It says, can faith save him? 15. Now it's going to give an example. If a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be you warmed and filled, notwithstanding ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doth it profit? So that's like if the brother, uh or warrior's dream, right? For example, let's say you come to my house and it's freezing cold outside, and you haven't eaten in a week, and you knock on the door, and I open the door, and you're like, oh, it's Warrior's Dream from, remember, I hop on your lives, blah, blah, blah. Man, I haven't eaten in a week. I don't have no clothes. It's freezing out here. It's 30 degrees. How much sense would it make for me to be like, oh, you know what? Depart in peace. Shalom. Your barakatah. Be warmed and be filled. Mother, I hope the Most High gives it to you. And I close the door on him. That makes no sense whatsoever. Right? I'm supposed to help my neighbor. And if it's within my power to help him, give him some food, give him some warmth, give him some clothes, then that's what I'm supposed to do. Right? Now I could just say, you know what? I have faith the Most High is going to provide it for you. Close the door on him. That makes no sense, right? But this is the same type of attitude a lot of people take in life, right? Some brothers, oh well, you know, I'm not providing right now. I'm sure the Most High will make something pop up, and not put forth a sincere and real efforts towards getting a job, right? You may say you have faith, but your works are not backing up what you say you have, right? There's some sisters that I've talked to in the past that they know, you know what, the times are getting bad. I need a man who could provide for me, can teach me, protect me. But in my what is it called? On my profile, it says no male DMs. And oh yeah, man, brothers reach out to me all the time, and I don't talk to none of them. So how am I supposed to find a wife, Ak? Or find a husband, Ak? And it's like you can't just have faith that something's gonna pop up out of nowhere, right? One more example. Let's say your rent's due in 2 days and you're $100 short. Are you just gonna, oh, I have faith the Most High? Maybe I'll walk outside and I'll find $100 bill. Nah, you're gonna hustle and you're gonna try to make that $100 to pay whatever it is you gotta pay, right? So it's the same thing in this truth. It's not enough to just read it and believe it. We actually gotta live it out, whether it be Day of Atonement, whether it be ruling your spirit, whether it be keeping Sabbath, whether it be whatever it is you're struggling with, right? Um, that'd be a that'd be a cold splash of water in my face. That would. Now imagine Warrior's Dream in 30-degree weather, and I'm like, you know what? Just throw some cold water in their face, right? That's like in Proverbs. It says, you can heap hot coals upon someone's head. That's basically what you're doing. You're gonna just piss that person off. When you have the means to help somebody, you should help them, and that goes back to the merciful part, which we'll get back to in just a second. Um, all talk, no walk. Think the Most High is a magician. Calm, and the people really, Jomar, man, I can't remember exactly how he said it, but he basically said he praying to Yahweh like he's a genie, or praying like it's a wish, right? You think poof out of thin air, he's just gonna give it to you, right? When the Most High is perfectly balanced, and he's gonna give. He see this is the thing with the Most High, right? He's gonna give you what you need, but you're gonna have to work for it. That's why he says you'll reap what you sow. That's why he says, "He who sows little will reap what? Little. He who sows much will reap what? Much." Right? So we all start with just a little bit. Like I always say, most of the time when you come into the truth or come into the knowledge of the truth, what do? You start keeping Sabbath, right? If you're a female, you stop dressing like a whore, right? If you're male or female, you probably put on some fringes. The dietary laws, right? You start with these little baby steps. You don't just one day, okay, I know everything and I'm applying everything. You as you learn, then you're applying, right? But it's the same thing with the Most High. It's like you're gonna put in a little work in this area and then expect Him to give you everything you ever dreamed of. Like that's not how it works, right? He's not a magician. It's not just gonna come out of nowhere. And like we said earlier, everything that's worth something takes time and it takes effort, right? It's just like same thing with working out. You wanna have or not even like a bodybuilder type body, but you want to be fit in shape. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in a week. Probably not even going to happen in a month, right? Everything is going to take effort, and it's going to take sincere works to be able to get to the point that you want to be at. So verse 16. Oh, so like I read 16. So 17 and 18. It says, even so, faith, if it hath not works, is dead being alone. So faith without works is dead. And the example I always give when I read this verse, y'all probably, if you caught my lives in the years past, you probably heard this example already, but I'm going to give it again. Faith without works is dead. You will be dead if you don't put in the works. Example, let's say the brother Shawashai Mak is in the street, and I say, hey, Ak, there's an 18-wheeler coming. Get out the street. And he's like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. He looks, oh, yeah, it is coming. All right. Yeah, he believes it's coming, but he doesn't put in the work and get out the street. Guess what's going to happen to him? He's going to get hit, and he's going to be dead. Right? Even so, faith, if it hath not works, is dead being alone. And the majority of the time, there's something that's I was talking about distractions earlier. That's why Day of Atonement, it's very important to cut out distractions. The majority of the time, it's distractions in the street that blocks you from putting in the works. So I say, hey, Ak, there's an 18-wheeler coming. You're like, okay, oh yeah, I'll get out the way right now. Right? But there's a let's say there's a fine female in the street and she's trying to talk to him. She's talking his ear off. And he's trying to talk to her as much as he can until that 18-wheeler is right there, and then he's going to jump out the way. Right? Or say it's something else. Say it's video game. Let me just finish this game, right? And then boom. Or for a sister, it's a brother, right? Or a man. Let's say she's trying to get with a man, or she's trying to, maybe I can, maybe he's the one, whatever, but he's not in the truth. He's not able to be that. And then boom, that truck hits them, right? They're just distracted. I'll be okay, Khan. I'll be okay. Lay down in the middle of the street. That's blind. That's what you call blind faith, right? And to be honest, a lot of people, I would say the majority of people at one point or another that come into the truth or come into the knowledge of the truth have blind faith in whoever they learn from at first, right? Because I remember the first camp or the first elder. I will say that man was like an elder, and I still see him as an elder. But there's a couple little doctrinal differences that aren't little. There's salvation type of things, but I still have respect for that elder, and he is an elder, maybe 50 or around 60 years old. Um, I believed everything I would learn from him. Right, there was a point in time where I was working. I was doing landscaping for this white man, a Jehovah's Witness, nonetheless. And I would be listening to this elder's videos, and as he was preaching, I would be writing down on my hand the verses, right? And then after I was done, like cutting the yard or cutting trees or whatever, then I would go and take a picture of my hand because I knew it was going to come off with the sweat, right? But I would never question it or nothing. I would just, okay, this precepts for this, these precepts for this is true about this. But then later on, it came to the point where it was like, hold up, but he said this, and I know I've read this over here, and then I'm comparing and trying to prove myself wrong of what I believe that I learned, and that's when it was like, all right, hold on, I got to put my own work in the scriptures to be able to prove that this is either right or is wrong, right? You can't just have blind faith in men. All right, that's why in Jeremiah, I think it's 17:9, possibly, where it says, "Cursed is he that puts his trust in men, that makes men his strength, makes men or flesh his arm." You're making men what you follow after, right? Instead of the Most High. That's all faith and no works. Con, just laying in the middle of the street, right? Or even like me, the example I gave. Like you have faith in the scriptures, but then you don't put no work behind it. You just hear other people and, well, hold on a second. Is that even true? Right? You got to put the work in and be a workman in the truth, like the scriptures say. Right? I agree. I want to keep the Feast of Tabernacles. All praises. All praises. Do you believe it's a good time to get baptized in these days? Any day is a good time to get baptized. If you're in the spirit, if you believe, number one, right? You believe in the Most High, you believe in His Son as Him being a sacrifice for our sins. You believe in following in His example. And I'm saying it like this because everyone that I baptized, I study with them. And then when we're in the water, I ask them these questions, right? Do you believe in the Most High? Yes. Do you believe in His Son and that He came to die for our sins and set the perfect example for us? Yes. Do you believe in baptism for remission of sins? Yes. All right. If you believe in these things, any day is a good time for you to get baptized, right? And there's actually a sister that's coming. Um, she's gonna observe Feast of Tabernacles with us, and she's gonna get baptized as well. So I know, I believe last time I talked to you, you're in Houston. If I'm not mistaken, you're still there. If you want to come down, Knock, we're maybe about 5 hours from Houston, right? If you want to come get baptized and observe the feast. But Barzayah Otawada Ak the water. Jeremiah 17:5. What did I say? 17:9, I think. Thus saith Yahweh, cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from Yahweh. So when you just trust in man blindly, it's going to lead you to be cursed because you're supposed to trust in the Most High, right? Not in man. And the second part I really like, I think it's in the NLT or in the GNT where it says this. It says, make it flesh his arm. It says, when you make man your strength, when you make another man is what gives you strength, right? So you learn from all these other people, and you're never really even learning from the Most High. Like, yeah, you're hearing His word and things like that. That's good. I'm not saying don't do that, but you still have to be reading for yourself, right? The Spirit, the Holy Spirit is still going to guide you through the scriptures to understand and convict you on certain things that you need to understand and be convicted on, right? Because like me, for example, right now, what's the lesson called? Day of Atonement, mercy and atonement through faith and works. Cool. That's good, right? That's a good lesson, especially for today. Those of you brothers and sisters keeping Day of Atonement. But maybe there's something specifically that I'm not even going to talk about that you need to atone for. Maybe there's something specifically that you need to be convicted on, and I'm not even going over no verses pertaining to that, right? So in that case, you have to work out your own salvation, and you have to be a workman in the truth and rightly divide the scriptures and find verses on that specific topic, right? And that's like I mentioned before. Me and the brother Jomar have said it a few times. When people, if you ever message me or that brother or other brothers as well, and you say, "Hey Ak," just an example, right? "Hey Ak, you have any verses on keeping the commandments?" Right? I'm literally going to put, "Khan, let me Google it for you," or, "Khan, here's the link. I Googled it for you." Because at that point in time, you're just being lazy, right? We all have a phone, a computer, maybe multiple phones, multiple computer, maybe a desktop, a laptop, a tablet, uh, uh, what is it, the iPad, all these different ways of getting information. And I've said this many times as well. In the age of information, ignorance is a choice. So if you choose to not know about a particular topic, it's as easy as this. Bible verses on keeping the commandments, KJV. Boom. You're going to have 20, 50 links on that particular topic. Hey, Aki, you got any verses on the holy days? Google it. It's going to tell you all the verses that have the holy days. Then, if you still don't understand something specific, right? Like who was it earlier? I think it was Soldier of the Most High said something about the burnt offerings, right? If it's something specific, like, hey, in this verse it says this. Okay, in that case, okay, it means this. Here's some precepts on that, right? But again, making flesh your arm, you just have to be very vigilant as to not do that. Don't trust your salvation to another man or to another camp or to another congregation, right? Because they are not going to answer for you in the day of judgment, right? When you're like you're faced with the question, well, how come you were doing this? You're not going to be able to say, well, it's because this brother from this camp, he taught this, so I believe this, right? Because in the end, you have to work out your own salvation. And with fear and trembling is what it actually says. So you have to be in a state of, you know what? I really don't want to do wrong by the Most High. And that's why it's something that's almost always, if not always, in my prayers, which I have suggested before, and I will say again, for y'all to pray for, is for the Most High to cleanse you. And David was the one who prayed for this, right? In Psalms, to cleanse you from faults that you don't know about. From, he said, hidden faults, but from things you don't know about. Because there could be something you're doing or you're not doing, or maybe you're doing something in the wrong spirit and you don't even realize it. So you ask the Most High to cleanse you from hidden faults. And another thing I always say to go along with it is, correct me in your mercy and not in your anger, lest I come to nothing. That's also quoting a verse, right? So you're asking for him to show you things that you don't know about that you're going off on, and to correct you on them, but not in his anger or not in his wrath, in his mercy. Because if you really think about it, asking to be punished isn't a wise thing, if because he could give you wrath. But asking to be corrected in mercy is something that you should always, always, always be praying for, right? And that's going to take us into our next topic, which actually was the first thing on the title of the video. But we're going to go into mercy, right? Because fasting and doing the Day of Atonement and all this, of course, this is good, but there are some prerequisites, I would say, that you got to have in order for these things to be valid, right? And I'll show you exactly what I mean in a minute. Barza, yeah, you said that years ago, Ak. I still pray for that, though. Khan, all praise to the Most High. That's something, as soon as I read that and I read like David saying these things, I was like, man, it's not only heavy, but that's something that we should all be praying for, right? And when you really think about it, all throughout the scriptures, there's so many prayers in the scriptures. Either there's like verbatim prayers in the scriptures, or there's people praying to the Most High, right? There's listed prayers, and then there's people praying. And taking from each one of these, or just saying them verbatim, but being in the right spirit of it is something that I think a lot of people don't take advantage of, and we should all be taking advantage of, right? Because it's literally in the scriptures, and the scriptures were given for our instruction and for our learning, right? For our instruction in righteousness, for correction, all of these things. So we should be using them for everything that they were given for. So prayers is definitely one of them. But I'm gonna go into mercy now, right? So I said I was gonna go back to what verse was it? 13. James 2:13, right? James 2:13. Because we have to understand that in order to receive mercy, Day of Atonement is a day for us to atone for our sins. Like I mentioned earlier, it's to cause us, we atone for our sins to try to cause ourselves to be in harmony or show ourselves compatible with the Most High, right? We're reconciling for our sins by making a sacrifice, but also being obedient. And I'm gonna get that verse as well. Obedience is better than sacrifice, um, to the Most High. But He can't give us that mercy if we are not also merciful, right? Because all of us are gonna be, like I said earlier, we're gonna reap what we sow, right? If you sow, he who sows sparingly will reap sparingly. He who sows bountifully will reap bountifully, right? So James 2:13 says, "For he shall have judgment without mercy that has showed no mercy. So we're constantly getting judged every day. That's why there's blessings and there's curses, right? You do something that's against the Most High. You know it's against the Most High, and then sometimes, like I said before, you get punished, and you know you got punished because you went against the Most High. He judged you that day, and boom, you got cursed for it. Or you do something and then he blesses you. Boom, you got judged for it. And that judgment was good and you got a blessing out of it. This verse says, you are going to be judged without mercy if you show no mercy, right? So there's plenty of, the more you're around people, the more opportunity to show mercy there is, right? Now, I'm not saying be a doormat, but showing mercy to people is very easy to do if the more you're around people, right? You could show mercy to your wife, you could show mercy to your children, you could show mercy to your coworkers, you could show mercy to your in-laws, to your quote unquote worldly friends, etc. Right? There's always an opportunity to either go off on somebody or put somebody in their place, so to speak, and that's also an opportunity to show mercy, right? It says, for he shall have judgment without mercy that hath showed no mercy. So if you don't show mercy, you're going to be judged without mercy. So that's all the more reason for us to show mercy, because we know that in order to be shown mercy, we have to show mercy. We reap what we sow, right? And it says at the end of the verse, and mercy rejoiceth against judgment. Mercy rejoiceth against judgment. When you have mercy, it's going to help you to not receive as much of a strict judgment, right? That's like, let's say, um, as an example, let's say my son Noah, who's 6, and my daughter Keziah is 4. Let's say he's mean to her, and I don't know, he takes away her toy and throws it across the room or something, right? And then I see, and I get upset with him, and I'm like, why are you doing that? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, you know what? You can go to timeout. And then let's say, just as for example's sake, he's like, okay, well, can I pick it up first? And he goes and picks it up, and he gives it to her, and he says something like, oh, you know what? I'm sorry for doing that. I shouldn't have done that. I'm not going to do it again. I just got mad, right? And then he goes to timeout. I'm going to be a lot more likely to show him more mercy because of what he did. He's trying to correct his wrong, right? And on Day of Atonement, that's literally what we're trying to do. We're trying to correct our wrongs. So in the midst of correcting our wrongs and things like that, we also have to be able to be merciful, and so that when we pray for mercy and we pray for forgiveness of sins and for atonement of our sins from the Most High, he's going to see, well, you know what? They've been merciful. I'm going to be merciful unto them. And Khan, I agree 100% on. It's easy if you are humble. If you're humble, it's a lot easier to be merciful because you know that you have not been perfect and you need mercy as well. So this is Psalm 18 and 25. With the merciful, you show yourself merciful. With the blameless man, you show yourself blameless. So with the merciful, you show yourself merciful. Again, you reap what you sow. Somebody's merciful, the Most High will be merciful upon you. With the blameless man, you show yourself blameless. Okay, now think about this for a second. Would any of y'all call yourself blameless? It shows there's 14 people on here right now, 15 with myself included. Would any of y'all consider yourself blameless? I'll be the first one to say I would never consider myself blameless. Right? Or it's like that brother Daniel Allah had posted a while back. It says the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. But how many of us are going to say, oh, I'm righteous? I'm more excellent than my neighbor. I don't think none of us are going to be able to say that. Because like this brother just said, if you got to be humble, right? None of us are going to say I'm blameless. None of us are going to say I am righteous. There's a point in time that all of us could be walking righteously, right? Because in the law it says it's righteousness to keep the commandments, right? So for periods of time you will be keeping the commandments and you will be living righteously, but then whether it's knowingly or unknowingly, you're going to mess up at some point, and guess what? You are not righteous at that point, right? Or you are not blameless at that point. So Khan, the brother said like, never, nope, nope, right? None of us should say we are righteous or we are blameless. But in this verse, it says, with the merciful, you show yourself merciful. With the blameless man, you show yourself blameless. So for people that are not humble, for people that are prideful and think that they are blameless, the Most High is going to show himself blameless, right? People that think they're perfect, they're holier than thou and are perfect, the Most High is going to be perfect with them too. And you reap what you sow, and he'll make you reap perfectly to what you sowed. So if you're calling yourself blameless, calling yourself perfect, the Most High is going to be perfect in his judgment and say, well, you know what? Okay, the law says if you do this, this is going to happen to you. This curse is going to come. Okay, I'm going to curse you just like that. Boom. Perfect. Right? But if you show some mercy, then the Most High may show mercy on you as well, right? And of course, I can't say, oh yeah, well you did it, because sometimes people will come to me and, well, I did this. Do you think the Most High will have mercy on me? And hey, the Most High will have mercy on who He will have mercy on, right? So that's not for me or for any other brother to tell you, yes, He will have mercy on this. No, He won't on that, right? We're all striving to be more merciful so that the Most High can have mercy on us. Is it good to have good hopes for the future when you're getting yourself right? What do you mean good hopes for the future, Ak? Like more specific, because that can mean a lot of different things. It's always good to have faith that things are going to go good, but we always also have to remember, the times we're in and the prophecies that are coming to pass. It's not going to be, in a sense, good for what a lot of people would consider good, if that makes sense, right? Like Jacob's trouble, a lot of people ain't going to see that as good, right? Those who have faith are going to see it as good in the sense of the prophecies are coming to pass, but a lot of people aren't prepared for it as well, right? And that's why me and the brother, y'all were talking about it not too long ago too. Like, there's some brothers that are very prideful and don't realize they're prideful and saying like, yeah, man, I just want Jacob's trouble to come right now, and this place to start getting destroyed and this, that, and the other. And for me and this brother, at least, so y'all were agreeing on it, that we'll take as much time as we need, as the Most High allows us to, because His timing is perfect, right? A question I get asked a lot is, when do you think Jacob's trouble is really going to kick off? Do you think we have a year, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years? And what I always say is, if Yahushua didn't know the day, I for sure ain't gonna know the day, right? But if I was a betting man willing to bet money, we do not have no 100 years, right? So we gotta just take each day that we're given to try and do better and to try to prepare better as well, right? And that's that. Like I said, we're gonna do a whole live lesson, Yahweh Ratazah, Most High willing, um, on Feast of Tabernacles, as far as preparation and stuff like that, because for the brothers and sisters that are going to come, we're going to do certain things that are going to help us be prepared. Since we're going to be outside already, right? Cooking outside, um, slaughtering chickens, maybe a sheep, uh, DIY type stuff, building fires, stuff like that. But of course, like the brother just said, we got to get our spirits right now. If your spirit ain't in the right position, right? If your spirit is not right, it doesn't matter if you're prepared. If you got you know, 100 years worth of food, and you know all the little DIY tricks and all this different types of stuff, right? It's not going to help you whatsoever if your spirit ain't right and you're doing it in the wrong spirit. You're not being merciful. You're still living in sin. You're not examining yourself daily, and you're not correcting yourself and bringing out the fruits that you need to bring forth in order for you to be good in those days to come, right? So let me go up on the comments. Isn't there a verse that says, "Woe to them who desire the day of the Lord"? Khan, in Amos. Let me get. Oh yeah, the brother posted it. Amos 5:18. Woe unto you that desire the day of Yahweh. So what end is it for you? The day of Yahweh, Bashem Yahweh Shai, is darkness and not light. So if that day, if those days are darkness, should we ever be like wishing for, praying for, asking for? Nah, nah, we shouldn't, right? And that's why, woe unto you that desire that day, because we don't know what the end's gonna be, right? It says, to what end is it for you? It's a rhetorical question, but it's asking like, that's why I said it's a prideful thing when you hear, because there's a lot of brothers, congregations, and camps and stuff like that they want this time to come, right? But they don't know what their end is going to be. They don't know if they're going to starve to death. They don't know if they're going to get taken into captivity. They don't know if they're going to get beheaded. Some of them wish to get beheaded, right? But none of us know what our end is going to be. And that's why you have certain brothers that say they're the elect. And then you have certain brothers that say that they're the hopeful elect, right? We should all be hopeful. Going back to your question, kingdom minded, right? You had said, is it bad to hope for good things or have good hopes? We should be the hopeful elect. We should be hoping that we're accounted worthy to do that. That's another prayer we're supposed to be praying all the time according to Yahushua, right? Luke 21:36. He said, pray always you're accounted worthy to miss these things and to stand before the Son of Man. So we're supposed to be praying and hoping that we can make it through all these things to come. Not hoping that it or desiring for that day to come because we know we're gonna make it. All right. Kingdom minded, I'm hearing lockdown part 2 coming soon. Con. I've talked to a few different people in different countries as well, and it looks like that's where we're headed within the next 6 months, right? Like I said, I was doing training for a job a couple weeks ago, and they came in there one of the days we were about to go on lunch, or we just came back from lunch, and they busted out a few bags of masks, and they were like, "We're not making y'all wear them, but we highly recommend y'all wear them. The numbers are going up, and there's been like a handful of people here in the building that have gotten sick, and blah blah blah." And guess what? Almost everybody in the damn in the damn training room was quick to grab the mask and put them on and stuff. And I was telling one of the trainers, I was like, "Hey, bro, we were just talking about it though. Like, the masks don't help with anything." Because we were talking about it. He even agreed, like, they don't help with anything. If anything, you're just keeping germs right there in your face. You're inhaling all the particles from it. And he was like, "Yeah, you know what? But just make people feel better, right?" That's like that go along to get along spirit. That's not of the Most High, but also that's fear, right? And everything that they do is based off in one way or another is based off of fear. So just stay faithful, stay hopeful, and keep doing the things that you know are going to benefit you spiritually, mentally, physically, to prepare for the times to come. And it's gonna help make the transition easier. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be easy, but it's gonna make the transition easier, right? Any little thing that you can do. I'm reading the next comment. Oh man, would love to learn survival training and chicken slaughter, right? If you make it down here, South Texas, next week, from the From Sunday at sundown is when we're keeping it, right? And then the next following day, so Sunday to Sunday, we'll be keeping the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days, and then the eighth day is the Sabbath. But yeah, just different things, even like not survival type of things, some things that people don't think about that would make things a whole lot easier. And I'm sure I'll go on into it more in detail and stuff next week when we do videos and stuff like that. But like as simple as this. So let's say all the electricity goes out, right? How many of y'all know how you would wash clothes? Or you're just gonna be in your stinking clothes for months or for years, right? How would you wash clothes? How would you even take a shower, right? Let's say the electricity goes out, or let's say the water goes out, right? It's gonna be real hard for you to do these types of things. So I know, like last week, I built a little outdoor shower. My ever since we moved to this house, which, like I said, has been about 2 years, my rib and my daughter's wash by hand. Right, we have a couple different ways that we do that, and I'll get into it next week. We're also gonna try to make the like the bike type of one that turns the washer, which still requires no electricity, but just little things like that. How would you cook? Let's say you got an oven or you use a microwave, even though microwaves kill all the nutrients out of your food, right? Microwaves are actually banned in Russia, for those of y'all who don't know. But how would you cook your food? Right? You got to know how to start a fire. You got to have some type of little grill top. Just little things like that will go a long way when it comes to survival, right? Um, it sounds like they think it will be a walk in the park. Those days will be a lot of death, suffering, and destruction. Khan. The world will never be what it was ever again. I don't think they realize, Khan, oh, the magnitude of the Most High's wrath. Khan. And anybody who's like it says in Amos, it's not just me, right? I'm just saying what the scriptures say. Anybody who desires that time doesn't have a full understanding, overstanding of what it's gonna be like, right? Because like Yahushua said, it's gonna be worse than anything that ever happened, and worse than anything that will ever happen. So all the, like I said it many times before, all the movies that we see about like the end times, whether it be the Purge movies, whether it be Walking Dead, whether it be all those apocalyptic movies, it's gonna be all that jumbled together, worse, right? All that and worse. So desiring that is never going to be a wise thing, and it's not coming from a mind of understanding for sure. Khan, right? Got to find some running water. Khan, Khan. That's the only way I know of. I'm listening though. Khan. Okay, so I know I've given this. Let me give you a piece of advice, Barzayah Judah. Most High willing, he the Most High can make a man rich easily, can make a man poor easily, he can kill, he can lift up easily, right? Just like that, just like that, in the snap of a finger, he could get you into a position where you're no longer in a city, and you have more means of survival. Let's put it that way, right? But for everybody who does live in a city, okay, you should know, let's say the water cuts off and everybody panics and they go to concentration camps, or they go to the FEMA camps, whatever the case may be. And there may come a point in time where you have to be like a pilgrim on the earth, like it says in 2nd Ezra 16. Most High willing, that's not your lot, but that is going to be the lot for some people. Every house, every house that has a water heater, some houses have more than one water heater. That water heater is full of water, and there's a nozzle on the bottom of the water heater, right? So always keeping that in mind. Let's say everybody from your whole neighborhood panics and goes to a FEMA camp. Well, let's say everybody's got a 100-gallon water heater or even a 50-gallon water heater. Let's say there's 50 houses, right? There's 50 houses in your neighborhood, and everybody leaves, and they all got a 100-gallon water heater. Well, that's what, 5,000 gallons of water, right? Just to give you an idea. That's just one little. That's not even really a survival skill, so to speak. That's just some knowledge that would help you to like, oh shit, man, we don't have no water. What am I gonna do? Every single house has all that water, right? Let me go back up. Con, are you by McAllen, Texas? We're probably an hour and some change, away from McAllen. But Con, just text me out. I know you got my number, and I will, or we could get on the phone and talk about it. Um, do you have rainwater collection systems? Those are fascinating too. So I have one big, I forgot what they call them. It's like an acronym. One of those big totes, the big plastic ones that holds about 250 gallons. It was connected to my chicken coop, but I just moved it to the back where the shower is. So all I gotta do is connect the gutter from my barn, because the shower is like off, coming off of the barn. Right, I'll post a picture of it probably during tabernacles. You can get a better idea. But the shower is connected to the barn, not connected to it, but it's coming off the wall of the barn. That way I didn't have to make all four walls, if that makes sense. So I made the three walls, and then it's connected to the barn. And I have that 250 gallon right there. All I got to do is connect the gutters and the pipe to back to it, because like I said, I had it connected to my chicken coop. But that's what we use to catch rainwater, right? I want to get at least a couple more though, to be honest. Churchy, how about Shem Yahweh Shai? Khan Og tutorial videos are fire. I seen a y'all's chicken one a few weeks ago. Plus, I seen a brother do something as simple as changing a tire. Khan, Khan. Um, that probably helped a lot of young Jakes in middle school and high school that's being raised without fathers. You know what? That's a good idea, Ak. And earlier this week, I had to change out the ignition switch on my van, because one of the little, I don't know if any of y'all know about locks, but like when you put a key into the lock, all the little indentions on the key, they gotta hit each little pin inside of the lock. So long story short, the ignition on my van, one of the little pins had broken. So my key, it would go in, but it wouldn't turn. So I had to change out the ignition switch on my van. And I was like, man, I wish I had that video, because I know for sure it would have helped me. I watched like 10 different videos just to figure out how to do it correctly. And yeah, that may be something. Maybe during Feast of Tabernacles, we could do that. Like each day, make some type of DIY video just to help out other brothers and even sisters and stuff like that. That's a good idea, Ak. And that's like Proverbs 16:1. I always think of that verse. Proverbs 16:1. It says the preparations in the heart of man and the answer of the tongue are of Yahweh. Right? Sometimes the Most High just puts the thought in someone's mind, and the words in someone's head to say something, and it's gonna help the next person. Um, ah, con. So that water thing, like if you really think about it, that could save some lives too as well. You don't have no water, and then you're like, oh, you know what? I remember that brother said there's water in the tanks, and literally, it's not hard to get the water out at the bottom of the water heaters, which like I said, every house, or every modern house at least, has. You just twist the nozzle just like a water hose nozzle, and the water comes out, right? Simple. um Warrior's Dream, yeah, I was watching a tutorial on making a simple outdoor brick oven for cooking. Con That's something very good to have as well, because you're not gonna be able to make a fire in your house. You just cut out for a bit, Ak. Now your picture is not showing, but we can still hear. Okay, calm. Oh, you know what? It might cut. It's at 2 hours and 59 minutes. If it cuts out, Salakia. And it's over 3 hours now. Sometimes it'll cut out at 3 hours. In the past, it has. Sometimes it's cut off at 4 hours. I remember one time me and the brother Jomar did a live and it cut off at 4. So it might cut off if we go a whole nother hour. I still got, let's see, I got about less than 3 hours for the Day of Atonement to be over. I know y'all are in different time zones, stuff like that. If it cuts out, Salakia. But yeah, let me go ahead and go back to, let me get a couple more scriptures, especially on mercy is what we were talking about, I believe. But yeah, I would exhort you, brothers and sisters, to, as you're doing right now, or the advice I was giving everybody that was reaching out about Day of Atonement, they were saying, so what, we just drive fast? And I'm like, yes, but also cut out the things that aren't expedient to you, right? Cut out the things that aren't expedient or profitable to you, right? And this is a verse to always keep in mind as well when it comes to that. This is First Corinthians chapter 6 and 12. It says, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. Okay, so it says, all things are lawful unto me. This doesn't mean every single thing is lawful unto me. I'm sure the brothers and sisters that are trying to twist the scripture see it says, all things are lawful to me. I can eat pork. It says, all things are lawful unto me. Anything that is lawful according to the law is lawful to you, right? That's why in Romans it says, Romans 4:15, I believe, it says, where no law is, there's no transgression. Okay? It's lawful to you if the Most High says it's lawful to you. But all things are not expedient. And if you have a 16:11 and you read this verse, it has the word right there. The definition of the word in the Greek would actually be profitable, right? In English, they translated it to expedient. But if you read it like that, it says, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not profitable, right? So using the Day of Atonement as an example, if you know, like we said earlier, it's either muscle memory or it's a bad habit or it's just something you're used to and you just get on social media and it's happened to every single one of y'all. I'm sure it's happened to, just like it's happened to me. You're like, let me just check something. Let me see if this person messaged back real quick, or let me get this number off of here. And then you scroll, and then just looking for someone's message or number, and it turns into 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You're like, dang, where did 15 minutes went by? How did that happen so quickly? Right? That's not a profitable thing to do. So it says, all things are profitable unto me, but all things are not expedient, or Salakia, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient or profitable. So during Day of Atonement, whenever I close it out or later on, I suggest you just think of the things you're giving up today. Think of the things that you're fasting from, whether it be food, because like I said before, fasting from food is very good as well, especially junk food, sugary foods, especially, but also things, whether it be social media, whether it be video games, whether it be YouTube, whether it be Netflix, and then even more than that, people, fasting from people, because you'll start to see the one surefire way of knowing if someone is good for you on your walk on the kingdom's path is like this. Let's say you fast from somebody and you start doing better away from those people, better spiritually, better physically, better mentally, right? Then obviously maybe that's somebody you don't need to fast from. Maybe that's somebody that you need to actually forsake. Like it says, like I mentioned earlier, Matthew 19:29 says, he that forsakes houses, wife, friends, family, for my sake, will receive 100-fold and inherit the kingdom of heaven. Now, if you have, let's say you fast from someone and now you're doing worse, right? You're studying less, applying less, you're sinning more, you're spiritually worse, you're mentally worse, you're even physically worse. You start getting even more out of shape and you just don't got no, well, maybe that's somebody or some environment or people that you don't need to fast from because they help you to do better, right? So it goes, you got to look at it from all different aspects, physically, spiritually, mentally, and consider what is profitable for me. And not just today, but use this as like an example. This is like, I know one of the brothers said, like, I feel good when I haven't, I haven't when I fast. All right, well, then maybe you should do it more often, right? Or I feel good when I'm away from this environment or these people or this person. Well, then maybe you should do it more often, right? Or I know there's some people that just can't, like, I know of people, you'll hear of all different types of people that had different types of diets when I was training, right? You would have some people that were vegetarian. Then you'd have some people that were plant based, which there's a big difference. I'm not going to get into the differences, but there's a big difference between vegetarian and plant based. For a while, when I was training, I was what they call ovo vegetarian. So you don't eat any type of meat unless it comes from an egg, right? Which is the ovo. So like eggs, turkey, chicken, whatever. Then you had some people that there's some people that actually like 90% of their diet is lean red meats, right? Like carnivore diets. And the thing is, a lot of these different people would feel really good, but they're doing completely different diets, right? And all these things, now that I think about it, as long as you're not eating ham and bacon and stuff like that, it's all lawful, right? But for some people, it's not profitable. For some other people, it is profitable because it depends on your body, and everybody's body is different. We have different metabolisms, we have different ways of processing things. Some people can't eat no type of gluten, some people can't eat no type of wheat, some people can't eat sugar, right? So there's all different types. So what I'm saying is, going along with this verse, it says all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient or profitable. So you got to figure out. It's like Bruce Lee said about martial arts, because he would try all different martial arts, right? He was like the first mixed martial artist. His style of martial arts was Jeet Kune Do, but it literally meant it's like a style without styles, right? So he would say, you try everything, try every martial art, and you apply what's good for you, and you discard what's not good for you. So that's how we have to be, even beyond keeping the law, because obviously we're all the same and we're trying to keep the laws of the Most High. That's why we're observing Day of Atonement, Feast of Trumpets, Feast of Tabernacles, all these things. But going beyond that, when it says all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient, all things are not profitable, then laws, you got to go and understand that not everything is, what's good for the goose isn't good for the gander, like they say. It might be good for one brother, but it's not good for another brother. It might be good for one person's household, but it's not for another, right? And that's like a few lessons back I had said, you got to look at the truth, or look at the Bible like it's a fence. Okay, so like my whole yard or my whole backyard is fenced, right? The laws are like that fence. As long as you stay within inside the fence, you're good. You're gonna have the protection of the Most High. You're gonna have His favor. You're gonna have His blessings, etc. As soon as you step outside that fence, now you're in your own. You're in your own territory, right? He's not gonna cover you no more. You're not keeping His laws. But as long as you're in the fence, there's some things in the fence that aren't right or aren't wrong. And let me tell you what I mean, because some people might take that the wrong way. Let's say me and Warriors Dream and Kingdom Minded and Barzah Judah and Churchy How Bashimi How Shy, we're all here hanging out. And I'm here and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna play soccer. And I'm still inside the fence. Right? There's nothing wrong with playing. There's nothing wrong with that. But then the brother Barzayah was like, nah, bro, I don't like soccer. I'm gonna play basketball. and he starts playing basketball. And then the brother kingdom mind is like, nah, I don't like soccer or basketball, man. I'm gonna throw the football with churchy. How about Shemi How Shy? But we're all still inside the fence, if that makes sense. That's the easiest example I could put it. As long as we're all following the laws together and things of that nature, there's gonna be different things that different households do. And maybe one brother does it a little differently, but I'm not gonna go and correct him on something that I can't show he's going off with, right? So, so example I've given of that, let's say the brother, um, Barzayah Judah, let's say in his house, 100% he wants his wives wearing head wraps, right? And then let's say he comes to my house and and they don't have on head wraps. He's not gonna be like, hey, like, come on, man, you going off, blah blah blah. Because what would I say is I would say, okay, well, if you could show me that in the law, I'm like, I'll give you my ear, right? So saying all that to say, Khan, I would play anything too. I would play anything too, but I'm just saying, right? The point I'm making is on Day of Atonement, especially, there's going to be certain things that maybe you could do, right? Said I get you though. Most high willing, all y'all get me. There's certain things you may be able to do, and it's not going to hinder you in any way. It's not. It's still going to be profitable to you, right? Like for example, I could, if I want to, I could eat. I have a really fast metabolism. I could eat whatever I want, and I will not gain weight. I'm also working all the time and training and doing stuff like that, right? But let's put it this way: when I eat a lot, some days, like let's say I'm training that day, working out and training, and I'm working, like doing my job, working physically, and maybe I'll eat 5 meals, not big meals, but like 5 of them, right? That's not unlawful for me. I'm not being gluttonous, but I need more fuel to like fuel me through the day. But then you get somebody else who's just sitting at their house all day and just watching TV on Instagram. Maybe they study, do whatever. If they eat like that, it is not going to be profitable to them because they're going to end up getting out of shape, right? So just to give you another example, right? Warriors dream exactly. We can still live in harmony according to the law. The law is a code to keep a community in order. Calm. And I'm glad you said that because one of the lessons that I plan on doing during Feast of Tabernacles is I might think of a better way to word it or name it, but it's along the lines of how to deal with your neighbor, like have common courtesy with your neighbor. There's certain things that should be common sense on dealing with your neighbors, but aren't really talked about that much. So I think that's why sometimes brothers or sisters have problems with it, right? Give you an example. Let's say, for example, Warrior's Dream comes, that let's say we're neighbors. He literally lives next to me, comes and says, hey, um, I'm trying to make a cake and I don't have a measuring cup. Can I borrow yours? And I'm like, yeah, go for it. Just bring it back, whatever. And then when you bring it back, it's cracked. It's cracked in half. And now I pour something in it and it just goes straight through it. Right? There's laws on how to deal with that. If something's in your hand and it was mine and I lent it to you, you have to reimburse me for it. Right? Whether it be a sheep, whether it be a pitcher, whether it be whatever the case may be. Right? Just little things like that. Or how to correct your neighbor. Right? Some people, hey man, you were going off, fuck. You said blah 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 blah. But earlier, how you posted in Second Timothy, when you're teaching someone something, there's a specific spirit you're supposed to come in, be apt to teach, right? And nobody wants to learn from somebody who's barking their ear off. So just little things like that, living in harmony, but according to the law. We all should be. If we're in agreement on, look, we're trying to keep the Most High's laws, right? And then also one step further, we're trying to keep the laws, and we know that Yahushua kept the laws perfectly, so we should be trying to follow in his example. If we're in agreement on that, then everything else should be like water under the bridge. You know what I mean? Everything else should be able to be worked out. But so I'm gonna read this verse one more time. It says, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. So that's another thing to keep in mind, especially on Day of Atonement, and then apply it to every other day. Something may be lawful for you. It's not no law for you to not watch Netflix. But when you're brought under the power of it, let's say you all you do is watch Netflix and you're not getting other things done, then obviously it has some type of power over you, right? There's nothing wrong with talking to a sister that you want to court or that you're thinking of courting or you are courting her or you want to marry her, right? But it does become a problem when you're brought under her power, meaning you're not getting things done that you got to get done in order to be considered a man of the Most High because you're always doing things for her or always wasting your time on her. Or she tells you to do something and you're jumping. She says jump and you say how high, right? You're under the power of her. Saying it could go either way, right? So you just have to be very uh, cautious of that because even like earlier, um, one of the brothers said it was a bad habit to just get on the phone, right? Well, it could be that you're becoming brought under the power of it. If you can't anything, this is a good rule to live by, right? Anything you can't fast from, you are a slave to. So if you can't fast from weed, you're a slave to weed because you can't give it up. If you can't fast from or permanently quit watching pornography, you are a slave to it. If you can't fast from sugary foods, oh man, I gotta eat a donut like a box of donuts every day, or else I'm just thinking about it and I don't feel right, and you're a slave to that, right? So you can't be brought under the power of anything. And for everybody, like I said, it's different. For one brother, it may be super simple. Like what you play video games all day, man? I haven't played video games in years, and some brothers may struggle with that, right? So just like we're different parts of the body, we have different um, offices of the body. We also have different things we're good at, different things we're not good at. So if a brother or sister needs your help with something, another good thing to remember is not to never belittle them to the point where it's like, man, that's easy, that's nothing. But then you're over here struggling with something that's easy to them, right? So let's go to let me see. Let me see. Salaki, I exited out of my notes. So anybody, let me see. There's 12 people on here. What's one thing you know you got to get better with? If you don't want to share, you don't have to. But what's one thing you know you need to do better moving forward? Maybe if it's not even a sin, if you don't want to share that like openly, but something you know you want to get better with, something that may not be profitable, may not be expedient, that you've been maybe you caught yourself spending too much time doing, or being distracted by, wasting your time doing. Soldier of the Most High, memorize verses. Khan. That's something definitely. So what would you say though that you need to stop doing though in order to start memorizing more verses? Because like I said, from my personal experience, the majority of the time that you need to get better with something, it's because you're wasting your time on something else. It's like I said, when if I told the brother Barza, yeah, he's in the street, hey, get out the street. Most of the time, he's not like, nah, I'm just gonna stay in the street. Most of the time, he's distracted by something in the street, right? So he isn't able to do it. My temper, being quick to wrath. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Over the years, that's something that I had to get in check as well. That's an emotion for men. For women, right? When women get emotional and stuff, they have all different types of outlets to release their emotions, I guess you would say, right? They can backbite, they can go gossip about people, right? They can cry, they can also, of course, be angry. They can be real subtle and real what's the word, passive aggressive and things like that. I would say for men, when growing up and things like that, at least for me and for a lot of brothers, that's the main outlet, is just to get angry, right? So that's why a lot of Israelite men are quick to wrath, because that's the outlet for our emotion. A lot of times you don't feel, it's not like you're angry in a sense. Like, I'll give you an example, right? In the past, before coming into the truth and stuff, because me and my rib, I mean, we've been together 10 years, like I said, over 10 years. And my initial reaction to anything was anger, right? To yell or to get loud and stuff like that. But in reality, it could be something to where I'm not even really angry. It's more like I'm just like, say she does something, like for an example, before the truth, she's talking to her mom about me, and says this, that, whatever, and then her mom says some disrespectful stuff, and she doesn't correct her, or whatever the case may be, right? And then I just lash out and get angry and just start yelling. When in reality, it's like I felt disrespected, because I can't believe you would allow her to say this or that or the other, and you just went along with it. You didn't correct or whatever, right? But our main outlet, or the way we've learned to deal with it, is just anger, right? So we just, boom, we just lash out. And I'm sure you understand that. I'm sure a lot of brothers can understand that. At least from a man's perspective, a lot of times when we're raised, especially like raised by women and stuff, like the majority of Israelite men don't have a real father figure in their house, right? They are more emotional. So women, we know, are the more emotional creatures between man and women. And when we're raised primarily by women, like me, my dad, I would be lucky if I would see him once a year, right? And then the only kind of father figure I had was one of my uncles, which I would rarely see too. And I mean, when I was growing up, he went overseas, I think like 4 times maybe. So he was gone, 6 months, a year at a time as well. So I was raised by my mom, by my tias, by my grandma. I had a sister, didn't have no brothers, right? So I can honestly say, growing up, especially, I was very emotional, and that's the main emotion that I would display, was anger. I've been getting better at it, but the last couple of days have been very trying. Calm, and like I told you in the beginning, right? You gotta kind of expect that during these holy days and feast days and stuff like that. And when it comes to anger, instead of, I know it's hard in the moment, but two things to remember. Number one is, and I give this advice more to sisters, but I've taken this advice myself and I've given it to brothers. Anytime you're emotional, you shouldn't have a conversation with somebody about whatever it is, especially anger. If you're angry about something, you got to cool off, take some deep breaths, go for a walk, whatever the case may be, get away from the person, cool down, and then talk about it. Because just like we said earlier, when you make haste to try to get out of a situation, it's just going to make things worse. It's going to put you deeper in that choke, so to speak, like we were talking about. So it's good that you're getting better at it. But the second thing is, also just look at it as, the majority of the times when we're upset or angry, we have a valid reason to be angry. From what I've seen, and the brothers, especially speaking to brothers, the brothers I've counseled, the majority of the time, a man that's trying to follow the Most High, when he's angry, especially like if it's with, your wife, your children, whatever, or a brother even, you have a valid reason to be upset. It's never just like, oh, I'm just mad because of nothing, right? So in that moment, you have to obviously take a breather and things like that. But what we talked about earlier about mercy, right? It's also an opportunity to show mercy. Now, not be a doormat, still figure out, like, okay, say this person said this or did this. I'm gonna cool down. We're gonna talk about it. Look, you did this. That's why I got upset. And even though, I have every right to be upset, this maybe I could have handled it better, whatever the case may be. Right. And not just speaking to you, speaking to everybody in general. And also something I've had to do over the years as well. Right. Um I used to be super prideful, but being in the truth has really humbled me. Calm. Being humble, humility is definitely a a prerequisite to mercy, because the Most High ain't gonna have mercy on somebody who is prideful, right? So, and again, I'll just say, being humble though can really attract not people, but attract spirits that try to walk all over you. So, in your humility, you still have to be, and that's why, like Yahushua said it best, you got to be wise like a serpent, but harmless as a dove. So when you're showing that you're harmless as a dove, and you're showing humility, and you're showing mercy and things like that, people are gonna try to get one over on you. They're gonna try to. It's like that saying in the world: if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. There's gonna be people like that. So you just have to be very vigilant as well, not to become a doormat, so to speak. Barzak, yeah, exactly. I'm not angry, but me trying to help and getting her her getting offended, that makes me angry. Oh man, I've been there as well. I've been there as well, and that's not just your situation, but this happened to me many times over the year with sisters and with brothers. And it's like that saying goes: you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, right? You could have all the precepts for the exact situation they're going through, but if they're not trying to hear it, they're not going to hear it. And they're only going to get offended. They're going to get upset. They're going to get angry. And that's why you have to let emotions like subside in order to be able to even have a chance at getting that through, right? Kingdom minded, I want to get better from lust and websites. It's a battle still. Calm. And I know many brothers that's still a battle. And like I've said before, to just as general advice, there's always types of blocks that you could put on your phone, that you could put on your computer, whatever the case may be. And like one brother that used to be in the truth and sadly no longer is, I had recommended to him, like, look, just put a block on your phone. Boom, put a block on his phone. He knew the password, so he went around it, right? Then he gave his partner the password, right? There's all types of ways you can make it harder and harder for you to go off, right? Yes, same here. Not falling into that matriarchy spirit we were raised with. Con, because it takes a very long. It's like they say in the world, right? I don't really like using that many sayings like that aren't specifically from the Bible, but there are certain ones that pertain, and one of them is you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And it kind of goes along with what is it? I think it's Second Peter 2:22, or is it second? I believe it's Second Peter 2:22, where it says like a dog returns to his vomit, right? Like a sinner goes back to his old ways. It's really hard to get something that you've learned your entire life, or you've been a part of your entire life. It's easy to fall back into that, is what I'm trying to say, right? And that's another reason why, like specifically like with my own dad, for example, he knows of the truth and he's kept Sabbath. He'll keep Sabbath every, once in a while. And to my knowledge, last time I talked to him, he was like, "Oh yeah, I got sausage," and he kind of he knows I got quiet, right? And he was like, "Oh, but it's turkey sausage, don't worry." And I was like, "Okay, cool." Certain little things like that tell me, he's going in the right direction in certain areas. But at the same time, when you talk to older people, especially, And I mean, none of us are like immune to this, but especially older people, you have to understand that they've been in this for so long, man. They've been believing lies for so long. They've been moving in a certain spirit for so long, like you said, not falling into that matriarchy spirit. Okay? And that's why uh I got asked not too long ago about like something pertaining to something along the lines of, what do you think is too old to take as a wife? Right? Do you think it's better to take, like, a sister that's maybe she's 30 or in her 30s, or like a young sister? Because there's really benefits and downfalls to both sides, right? And to go along with this, what I would say is, the older they are and that they haven't been in the truth, or the older they are and they've been living around their mom, specifically their mom or grandma or some type of female, right? Going along with the matriarchy spirit, that doesn't have the spirit of patriarchy, how the Bible has it, that is, and I'm talking about women that they don't have a husband that runs their household, right? That woman is so used to that, that no matter what, she's going to fall back to that over and over again. And I've seen it happen, not in my household. Well, first coming into the truth, yeah, but I've seen it happen with many brothers that that's the case, right? It's like they're the woman that they are courting or that they get married to have been around. They lived with either their mom, their grandma, their aunt their whole life, and the mom, grandma, aunt runs the show, and that spirit is heavy on them, right? And that's Ezekiel 16:44. That's one scripture I'll never forget. Ezekiel 16:44. And the way I always remembered it, or I first remembered it, is it's 1644. And it's like that six represents the enemy, right? And he's right in the middle of the 144. Ezekiel 16:44. It says, "As is the mother, so is the daughter." It says, "Anyone who uses proverbs will use this proverb against you. As is the mother, so is the daughter." So a lot of times falling into that matriarchy spirit is just because, hey, you've been raised around a matriarch your whole life. And I was like that too growing up, right? Because I was raised by my mom. Obviously she ran the show because my dad wasn't a part of the picture. I was raised by my grandma, who my grandpa was around, I think he died when I was maybe like 15ish, but she was still the one running the show, right? I was raised by one of my tias. I lived with her for a while. She was married, but what she said went. Like, that goes. You know what I'm saying? So all the females in my life, like my sister, my cousins that are females, etc., they're all exactly like that too. Right? So as a man, one of the most difficult things, and I don't mean difficult like this is so hard. I mean difficult to navigate with the scriptures, is getting past that with a woman, right? Who's been raised in that. Because I guarantee you, if you're with a woman that's been raised like that, it's going to come out in your marriage or in your courtship, in your relationship, right? Which is why, to answer that question that I had gotten not too long ago, I had said for me, it's better to have a clean slate. The younger, the better, because that's how I was in martial arts too. When I was teaching MMA, teaching jujitsu, I would always say I would rather have somebody who is brand new, who has never trained before, and I could build them up from the ground up, rather than somebody who comes in here and, yeah, maybe, oh, I trained boxing 2 years, wrestling a year, and kickboxing 3 years, and they come in and they have all these bad habits, right? Somebody that drops their hand, like, let's say they have both their hands up, keep your hands up at all times, and they keep dropping the right hand every time they throw a jab. It is harder to correct that bad habit than it is to take someone brand new and be like, hey, keep your hands up at all times, because they don't have that as a habit already, right? I'm gonna read this verse and then I'll go back to the comments. 2 Peter 2:22. But it has happened unto them according to the true proverb, the dog is turned to his own vomit again, and the soul that was washed to her wallowing in the mire. this verse, another verse that I've since I first started coming into the truth, and this is one of the things that made me be set apart and set myself apart, right? This is a true proverb. It says, the dog turned to his vomit again. It's like when a dog goes and throws up and then goes and eats it up again, right? Pertaining to what we're talking about, the matriarchy spirit. There are women that come into the truth and, yeah, I want a husband and I want him to rule over me and blah, blah, blah. All that feminism stuff, I threw it up. I'm spitting it all out. But then as soon as something goes wrong, as soon as a problem arises, she's going to start acting like a feminist, start acting like her mom or whoever it was in her life that was yelling and disrespectful and all this stuff, right? They go right back to that vomit and they eat it right up again. And then it says, and the soul that was washed to her wallowing in the mire. Wallowing means like chilling, laying around. Okay, so there's people that come into the truth, and a soul, in this context, a soul, they're talking about a pig. Okay, they're talking about a swine. So they say there's a swine that was washed and returns to its wallowing or chilling in the mire. Mire is mud, filth, dirt. So there are some people that are in the world and they get washed clean with the word. They're like, yeah, I want to follow this, whatever the case may be. But then they just go chill in their own filth. Right. And for me personally, it was like, it made me want to be set apart because it's very easy, or it shouldn't be very easy. That's what I'll say. It shouldn't be easy to just stay in a wicked environment, right? Because a swine is known for what? A pig is known to be lazy. A pig is known to just be filthy and lazy and not do anything. So there are certain people, and it's actually a, over the years that I've given counsel and stuff, it's actually a prevalent, like a really consistent problem with many people, to where if you're in an environment that is not good for you spiritually, that you'll start wallowing in that environment. In other words, you'll be chill. You're you know what, I'm in a wicked environment, but you'll have that faith without works attitude that we were talking about earlier, where you're like, yeah, well, I have faith in the Most High's time, he'll get me out of here, but you're not putting no works to get out of there. So at that point, you are wallowing, meaning like chilling, hanging out, just laying around in the mire. And the mire again is mud, filth, right? So that's something that we all have to be very vigilant of. And again, like I was saying earlier about a different topic, but it applies to this as well. The more people you just set yourself apart from, you don't allow people in your business, you stay out of other people's business, you stay keep people that have proven to be bad for you out of your life, it's going to make things way easier. And that's why the Most High's most reiterated law in the Torah is to be holy. What does holy mean? To be set apart and sanctified. And brother said, mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I was going to go back. Let me see. So that's mainly talking about not falling into a matriarchy spirit, right? But that can apply to anything, whatever whatever you're struggling with, right? You don't want to be like that dog that spit out what you were struggling with. You spit out the weed, but then you go back to it again. Or you spit out the harlots, but then you go back to them again. Or you spit out the eating unlawful foods, and then you go back to it again. Well, I've seen brothers and sisters, they spit out the holidays, not holy days, the holidays. Oh no, we can't keep Christmas, right? That's worshiping another god. Wait, there's no way Christ's birthday could be in winter. He was born in a outside in a manger, and in the so-called Middle East, it would have been freezing. And then now they're celebrating them again. They return to it, right? So whatever you're struggling with, you just plug that in, fill in the blank, and make sure that's not you doing that. Facts ox, some women came up with 3 generations of no man in the house. Very difficult situation, a lot of disorder. And you know what? That is something that more than any other people, Israelites go through that. Whether it be black, so-called black, and Hispanic families, when you see this, my rib as well, right? Uh, she's she would have been the third generation of not having a husband in the house, not being with the father of her children, right? But all praises to the Most High, she's not. Now she's repairing the breach, like we talked about earlier, right? She's repairing the breach. She's rehearsing the righteous acts. She's training up her children in the way they should go. Because when women see their mom running the show, I don't need no man, right? Then that's exactly what they want, or that's the spirit that they're in, and that's what they're gonna fall victim to. They don't know how to live in harmony and acclimate to how men operate. Everything you say, honestly, can be an issue. Boy, I got stories. Con, con. And that's the biggest problem, though, right? When me and my rib did a live, probably a year and a half ago, maybe a year ago, um, it was me and her, and we said the number one thing to have a good marriage or biblical marriage, the number one thing you need is to be on one accord, right? To be of one mind. When women grow up without a husband, when daughters and even sons grow up without a father figure in their home, they can't be in harmony with having a father figure and a husband figure in the house because they don't know what it's like, right? Just like I said earlier about if you were brand new and you came and you're like, hey, can you teach me MMA? That first day, you're gonna feel like you have no idea what's going on because you've never done it before, so you don't have any idea how to do it correctly, right? So that's why I'm saying, or why I was saying, it takes a very particular kind of man to fix that type of situation, right? Obviously, a man of wisdom, but at the same time, it's like I had got asked another question. It was, I believe, it was the same time when I posted on my story about, like the ask me a question thing. Someone had asked, a brother had asked, do you something along the lines of, do you think it's wise to marry a woman who has children already with someone else? And like if she's been baptized in the truth, whatever, she hasn't been with nobody else, blah blah blah. It can be a good idea, but it comes back to this as well, right? It's going to be really hard to live in harmony with somebody who's never experienced what it's actually like to live that way correctly. So even if you're teaching something correctly, if somebody's never dealt with it before, it's completely alien to them. You know what I mean? It's something they've never experienced before, and it's going to take time, it's going to take patience, it's going to take wisdom, it's going to take consistency, it's going to take a lot of things. But yeah, I'm sure you have stories. I got some stories too as well. um, I'm sure a lot of us men that are married now have gone through that, and it's better to just, in a lot of cases, it's better to remove the woman from that environment, because if you don't remove the woman from the environment is going to negatively affect her, right? It's the way of the world. Be lazy, con, but expect results, most definitely. Confusion. That's complete confusion, because that's the way. And I'm speaking from my experience, right? I always have people that'll, hey, well, when I was around Christians, they weren't like that, and blah blah blah. From my experience, when I was a part of Christianity, apostolic church specifically, Catholic, being raised up, that's how it was. It was like, we can be lazy, right? We can be lazy, but we have faith, so we're going to expect good results. But the Bible says that that's confusion, because you reap what you sow. So if you're lazy and you don't sow nothing, you will not reap nothing, right? But say, y'all work for the man, but when it comes to you, Do whatever you want. Everyone wants to rest. We're commanded to put our hands to the plow, work, and depart because this is not our rest. Come. And it may sound cheesy to some of y'all, or like I said, it's not a Bible verse, but in The Walking Dead, when me and my rib first started dating and stuff, we were real big on watching it. And there was this what was her name? Damn, I can see her face in my head. Herschel's daughter, his youngest daughter. I don't know if y'all know who Herschel was, the dude with the big beard, and he would have the Bible with him and be teaching the Bible and stuff like that. Beth, that's her name. She would have tell people multiple times in the show. She would be like, "We all have jobs to do. We all have jobs to do." Or one person would be like, "No, no, you don't have to do that." And then now we all have jobs to do. Oh well, what am I supposed to? We all have jobs to do. Like we literally have jobs to do. Father, whether it be the children all have jobs to do, the wife has a job to do, whether it be you're single, you still got stuff to do, right? Because like it says in Thessalonians, it says like we told you before, and we're going to tell you again, if you're not going to work, if no man will work, then neither should he eat. That's a good uh way to live by. All right, imagine, all right, you didn't do your job today. No, you knew you were supposed to do it, right? Okay, all right, you're not eating dinner. Go to sleep. I know of a brother who actually would do that in his household. I've heard that he did that in his household. I'm not saying do that, but in certain circumstances, I could definitely see that working. Right? They imagine if we all had to live by that. If we knew, okay, if you don't work today, if you don't put no work in today, you're not gonna have a meal at the end of the day. Right? You're not gonna eat dinner if you didn't do your work for the day. I bet you everybody would be working. Or if not, they'll miss one meal and then the next day they're going to be working. Right? So, Khan, I completely agree. There's a time for rest. And guess when it is? The Sabbath day. And when you really think about it, it's not just the Sabbath day. Like we explained earlier, we got 8 days of rest this month. That's a lot. Warrior's Dream, praise the Most High for that. Khan. They be knowing they put truth in movies and shows. They really do. They really do. The biblical narrative in that show is crazy. For real. For those with eyes to see that, and I think we talked about it a while back too. And not Superman. Smallville, as well. Right. When you really see it, and they even throw verses in there, whether they speak the verses or they'll show, like they'll have them written somewhere, or they'll have little messages like you reap what you sow or stuff like that, and then the things that they make happen as well, right? It's pretty crazy. And it was funny because the other day, I don't know if any of y'all seen the show Smallville, but one of the main characters, Lionel Luther, there's a couple like I guess symbolic representatives between him and Paul, right? Because Paul was killing Christians before he got quote unquote saved, right, or became into the truth. And that dude Lionel Luther, when he was being wicked and stuff, he actually had his parents killed so that he could get some what is it called, life insurance money, right? Then at one point in time, Paul was blind, and same thing happened to this dude, to Lionel Luther, right? And then he wanted to follow a path of righteousness and all this. There's a lot of different things that when you really look at it with eyes to see, in a lot of these shows, they put the truth in it if you really have some knowledge. Or like Kal-El is what they call Superman, right? Kal, or Kal, Kal in the Paleo Hebrew is all. El is short for Elohim, right? Which is God. So all God or all power. Superman had all the power from everybody, like above everybody. He was the most powerful one, right? He was a savior that came down, right? He was coming to save the earth, just like Yahushai. You know what I'm saying? So there's a whole lot of biblical things and a whole bunch of different shows if you really think about it and look at it with spiritual eyes. You know what I'm saying? But Khan, gave me some shows to go back to watch. Khan, if you go back and watch Walking Dead or Superman, I mean Smallville, it'll probably take you a whole year to watch it out because they're like, I think they're both like 10, 11 seasons. But Khan, um, let me see, what time is it? About to be 5:30 my time. So yeah, let's just get a couple more verses. If any of you brothers got any verses you want to bring out, I know there's a couple more I wanted to bring out. So this is Sirach chapter 34 and 26. I'm gonna start on 26, but I'm gonna go back to 23 for context and go 23 to 26. So this is Sirach 34:26. So is it with a man that fasteth for his sins and goeth again and doeth the same. Who will hear his prayer, or what does his humbling profit him? So I'm going to read from 23 now so that you can get context of it. It says, when one buildeth and another pulleth down, what profit have they then but labor? So, like in Proverbs 14:1, it says a wise woman builds up her house, right? Let's say you have a woman building her house up and teaching them the truth and all this stuff and getting them to be in order. And then let's say her husband comes home and he's not in order and he lets his children do whatever. And what profit is it that the woman is building up her children, but then the man comes and just tears it all down? Right? What profit do they have except for labor? They're just doing different types of labors. 24. When one prayeth and another curseth, whose voice will Yahweh hear? So let's say you got one person praying. I'm praying for let's say I'm praying for my mom and oh man, she's sick. Can you please help her? And then I got my wife. She's over here like, oh man, she's so wicked. I hope bad things happen to her or whatever. Right? 25. He that washeth himself after the touching of a dead body, if he touch it again, what availeth his washing? So, for those of you who don't know, when you touch a dead body, you're actually considered unclean. So, let's say the time passes, you're clean again, you wash yourself, but then you go touch it again. It's saying, what was the point of washing yourself after touching the dead body? Right? Now, verse 26. So is it, so it's saying it's the same thing. So is it with a man that fasteth for his sins and goeth again and doeth the same. Who will hear his prayer? Or what doth his humbling profit him? So right now, I wanted to bring out that verse because right now we have the faith in the word, right? That we should follow it, and we're putting in the works on Day of Atonement to hopefully see some mercy from the Most High by fasting. But this says when you fast for your sins and you go do it again, who's going to hear your prayer? And what does that humbling profit you? Right? So I know a few times, multiple of us brothers have been saying, like, yeah, man, we can't be moving in pride. We have to be as humble as possible. It takes a certain level of humility to say you're wrong. It takes a certain level of humility to fast for your sins. But at the same time, just as importantly, you can't just go back and do the same thing, right? It says, what doth his humbling profit him? What does it profit you to, okay, I fasted for this sin, whatever, and then tomorrow you go do the same thing, right? You're still going to get punished for it, aren't you? You're still going to receive curses for it. And it says, who will hear his prayer? Second Ezra 14:34. Therefore, if so be that ye will subdue your own understanding and reform your hearts, ye shall be kept alive, and after death ye shall obtain mercy. So that's the key to it, right? We have to reform our hearts. And break that down, it's reform. If I give my daughter, my 4-year-old likes Play-Doh. If I give her Play-Doh, she's gonna form it into something, right? Like we were saying about the matriarchy spirit and stuff like that, most women and even men have been formed in a certain way. Their hearts, their minds have been formed to be a certain way. Once you learn of the truth and you start reading the Bible and you're like, man, I really actually believe this is the truth, you have to start reforming your mind, and not just your mind, but your heart. Your actions have to come along with that, right? You have to reform your life to fit to the Bible. See, what Christians do for the most part is they try to refit the Bible or reorganize the Bible to fit their lifestyle. But us, what we have to do as real believers of the truth, we have to reform our lives in order to fit to what the scriptures say, right? So like for example, if we say, hey, the Most High loves you, He loves them that love Him, right? What is loving Him? Keeping the commandments. And then what will Christians say? No, well, God loves everybody. Send His Son to die for the world. And they kind of try to fit it to what they already believe. Us, we have to reform our lives and our hearts to fit what the scriptures say to do. And in order for that to happen, our actions have to come along with it. So we got to stop doing things, not just fast one day out of the year, but use this as, like I said, as an opportunity to reflect on, okay, if I did it today, what if I didn't do it every single day? Man, my life would be a whole lot better if I didn't do this every single day, right? So I'm gonna read that one more time, and then I'm gonna read the other precept the brother just posted. Sirach 34:26. So is it with a man that fasteth for his sins, and goeth again and doeth the same. Who will hear his prayer, or what doth his humbling profit him? What is it going to profit him to fast from that sin if he goes and does it again? Just like there's some people that eat so unhealthy that they get cancer, right? And then I've seen on YouTube in the past years, because even before the truth, I was really into that, like health, natural health, and stuff like that. There's people that have cured their cancer, got rid of their cancer by just eating seeded grapes. They eat the seeds and everything, right? There's people that have cured cancer from just eating that. But the thing is, it's not only the benefits from the grape, it's the fasting from all the bad stuff they were putting in their body, right? So now if they go start eating McDonald's and Burger King and Taco Bell and all this stuff again, well, that cancer is going to come right back if that's what caused it in the first place, right? So it's the same thing with us spiritually. Like, yeah, okay, you fasted from it, but now are you going to go right back to it, right? You stopped, okay, you didn't eat, but now you're going right back to junk food. Okay, you stayed away from this person that was causing you to be angry all the time or causing you to go against the scriptures, but now you're right back to them, right? So we always have to be very vigilant of not being a hypocrite in that sense. But this is 2 Corinthians 12:9. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Hamashiach may rest upon me. So I'm gonna try and break this down as simply as possible, because I've heard some people try to make this verse seem what it's not, or kind of over spiritualize this in the sense, right? Or take it and make it mean something that it totally isn't, or run in a different direction with it, right? Mm-hmm. So it says, my grace is sufficient for thee, right? Yahweh's grace is sufficient for us. Yes, it is. But does that mean we should sin willfully? No, of course not. It says that in Romans 3, Romans 6, right? Just because you have grace, just because you have faith, it doesn't mean you just go and do whatever you want, right? But the second part says, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Now, when when all of us are doing good, and it seems like, okay, your relationships are good, whether it be your marriage, your courtship, your parenting, your work is going good, your bills are paid, everything's perfect, right? Everything's going good. Is your faith being shown more then, or is your faith being shown more in the situations where you're like, you know what, man, this happened at work and I'm probably gonna lose my job, but you know what? I have faith the Most High is gonna bring me through. I just gotta put the works in, whatever, right? You may be in a weak spot, let's say financially. You may be in a weak spot where you're struggling with something. Say you're struggling with lust, right? But at that point in time is when you need the strength of the Most High the most, right? Because we can't do nothing without the Most High strength. And I'll be the first to say that, like, none of us are strong enough on our own to just do what is right, right? So it says, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. So when it says Christ, or anytime, I've said this many times before, when it says Christ, when it says Hamashiach, when it says Yahushai, you can use that a lot of times interchangeably with the Word, right? Because He's the Word in the flesh. So my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. When we're weak, His strength is needed more, and His strength can be used more because we have no strength. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of the word may rest upon me, or of Hamashiach may rest upon me. So when you don't know what to do, when you're in a bad position and you're like, damn, and it feels like the whole world's crumbling in on you, you're at a weak point, right? But this is the perfect time when you should let the power of the word rest upon you. How can I do that? Like this, simple. I just told a sister this the other day, or what, 2 days ago, I think. When you don't know what to do in a certain situation, say something bad happens to you, I guarantee you the power of Christ, the power of Hamashiach, the power of the word can rest upon you. Meaning, I guarantee you there are scriptures that tell you exactly how to handle that situation. They tell you exactly what to do in that situation. And now, even though you feel weak and you feel like the world's crumbling in on you, you know exactly what to do. I'm not saying it's going to be easy to do it, right? But you have an exact piece of instruction on how to go about getting out of that situation, or how to better your situation, right? So anytime that you're in weakness, you should be able to be like I'm gonna give you an example with my rib, right? If she doesn't know what to do, even if it's something small, she's not just gonna do whatever. She's gonna come to me and, hey, I didn't know what to do with this, blah 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 blah. You know, maybe it's something stupid or maybe it's something small, and I'm like, you know what? I'm glad you came to me because I'm her head, right? And I'm gonna give her specific instructions. This is how you handle the situation, right? It should be like that when we're weak, especially as men. We don't have a head like a husband, right? We have the Most High, and under Him is Hamashiach, and Hamashiach's what? The Word. So we go to the Word, even if that means sometimes you don't know how to handle the situation. So you go to another brother, like I said earlier, that's experienced in the matter, and they can give you what? The Word. And now the power of the Word can rest upon you and can be implemented in your life for whatever situation you're in. So to put it as simple as possible, right? Yes, you have grace for when you mess up. Let's say you mess up, you get punished. The grace is sufficient for you as long as you're going to try to correct yourself. But you're still in a lower state, right? You're still feeling weak, right? You may not know exactly what to do, right? So going back to Sirach 2, what we read, don't be hasty to try and just get yourself out of the situation. Because if you're trying to get yourself out of the situation, you're trying to get yourself out when we need the Most High to get us out of it. So how do we know it's the Most High getting us out of it? Is just find what the scriptures say pertaining to your situation, and you handle it according to the scriptures. And a big problem a lot of people have is they go to people that do not know the scriptures, that do not back up their advice or their counsel with the scriptures. And then these people tell them, yeah, you just do this. I think this is the best thing to do. But it's not what the scriptures say to do, right? So, in order for the power of the word to rest upon you, you got to do what the scriptures say to do. And Warrior's Dream, concept of reform is a gem for real. All praise to the Most High, right? We have to reform our lives according to the word, right? And a big excuse I've heard from, especially from women and even married women or women seeking to be married, an excuse they'll use for being a certain way. Well, I've always been like that. Well, I was raised like that. Well, there's no changing that. I've always been that way, right? And I'm not saying brothers don't do it either. I'm just saying that's a big excuse that I've heard from women. You have to reform yourself to the word. So if you've always been like that and it's always been against the Most High, you have to reform your way of thinking and your actions to line up with His words, right? All praise to the Most High. Brother Buzzy, yeah. So I'm gonna get a couple more scriptures, and then I'll probably close it out. So this is 1 Samuel 15:22. It says, "And Samuel said, Hath Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices, as in obeying the voice of Yahweh? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams." So going back to what we first started with, Leviticus 23, right? A burnt offering to the Most High, burnt sacrifice to Him. This says the Most High delights in obeying His voice. Obedience is better than sacrifice, right? The sacrifice Yahushua made already for us is sufficient. His grace is sufficient, like we just read in 2 Corinthians 12:9. So now what are we required? If we just read His grace is sufficient, the sacrifice that was made is sufficient. This says, again, hath Yahweh as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of Yahweh. Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. So we have the grace, we have the sacrifice, and now we have to be obedient to His word, which we're doing in a sense just by keeping the Day of Atonement, right? Just by keeping the Day of Atonement, you're keeping one of the laws because He said to do it. You're fasting, you're doing it, but now you got to continue and keep going along with it, right? As we continue to build up our faith is built up with our works, because like we read in James 2:17, if faith hath not works, it's dead being alone, right? So if anybody has anything else they want to add, ask a question or a verse you want to add. If not, I'm gonna close it out with one verse real quick. I'm gonna get. But it says been on here 4 hours and about 9 minutes now. There's still 11 people on here, so all praise to the Most High for that. Um, all praise to the Most High always. I mean, Day of Atonement is definitely something nobody's used to, and I don't think you'll ever really get 100% used to. But it's something that we're doing, like the brother Barziyah said. When you're doing something for a purpose, when you're fasting for a purpose, it's not that it becomes easy, but it becomes easier, right? Because you know why you're doing something. It's like if you have me and you have somebody other. Let's say you have some guy off the street, lives by himself, and me and him are working, and let's say the boss says, "Hey, whoever digs this trench first is gonna get paid, and the other one's only gonna get paid half." Right? I got 5 children. I got a whole house to be doing this work for. Not to mention the Most High as well. I guarantee you, I'm gonna do everything in my power to dig it before he gets done, right? Because I have a purpose behind it, and I have a multiple purposes and reasons as to why I'm doing it, right? So Khan, all praise to the Most High. Um, the water for your labor, Khan, the water for hopping on here, putting in your 2 cents, throwing in the verses and things of that nature as well. To everybody who posted verses, had questions, whatever. Um, all praise to the Most High for sure. I really believe right now in these times, the Most High is already. He's not separating the wheat from the tares because that's going to be done at the very end, but he's allowing people that have eyes to see to be able to discern between who may be a wheat and who may be a tare, right? Because even like farmers will have trouble discerning between what's a wheat and a tare. You have to really have a trained eye in order to understand and see and look at wheat and tares and be able to discern between which one is which. So all praise to the Most High for that as well, for all you brothers and sisters to be on here. If you're even hopping on here or learning anything from me, I think that's a good indicator as to what a lot of y'all have told me in the past, as far as you've seen certain things from other congregations, camps, individuals, etc., and the spirit mainly that they're teaching in, you don't believe was of the Father, just as me, right? I was a victim to it as well. Like I said, there was one, two different camps that I would learn from or was affiliated with, and then a couple camps that I was even thinking of becoming an affiliation with. That reached out and, hey, you could be South Tech, blah blah blah, South Texas, this part of this camp. So to have eyes to see, ears to hear, things like that from the Most High, we would be lost without that. So all praises to Him for that as well. The waterfall, y'all hopping on. It's like carrying your family out of a house that's on fire. You don't think twice about it. Calm. And that's how we should be seen following the Bible as well, right? It's not something you even think about. It's like, okay, it says this, I'm going to do it, right? And that's why I thank the Most High always, because my rib was the first one to be like that. When she found out, she started by seeing the 12 tribes chart. Then she found out about Sabbath, and right away, boom, she's keeping Sabbath, right? So because of that happening, and then me as well, I started looking into it. The Most High convicted me, as I'm sure all of us have different stories coming into the truth. We just got to be real grateful to the Most High that He hasn't put our light out, that we're even striving to serve Him by keeping Day of Atonement. Like I said, in a few days, it's going to be, if you're keeping today as the 10th day, that means the 11th day starts at sundown, and that would make Sunday at even the beginning of Feast of Tabernacles. For those of y'all who are on the same schedule, you might, like I said, you might be a day before, you might be 2 days before, if you keep the dark moon. I know of one brother that he actually keeps the full moon as the beginning of the month. So you may be a little off, but again, like I said, I'm not condemning nobody. There's no condemnation for those who are in Hamashiach. If you're sincerely doing it, the Most High is going to clear up all these little differences between us all soon enough. Most High willing, we get to be a part of that, and we just got to stay humble and not think that we know everything, right? So I'm gonna finish with Luke chapter 12 and verse 47 and 48. Luke 12:47 and 48. These are two of my favorite verses. And that servant which knew his Lord's will and prepared not himself, neither did according to his will, shall be beaten with many stripes. But he that knew not and did commit things worthy of stripes shall be beaten with few stripes. For unto whomsoever much is given, of him shall be much required. And to whom men have committed much, of him they will ask the more. All right, so with that, I'll go ahead and close it out. I hope you all have a good rest of the Day of Atonement, a good week. All praise to the Most High. Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai Brakatah. So, all you sincere brothers and sisters trying to live out the truth in humility and sincerity. Shalom.